Chapter 904. Not only did he raise his chi cultivation to a 6-star saint, but Night Sorrow also raised his myriad Tao Tome cultivation to a 6-star golden body. Night Sorrow was still fine when facing saints, but when facing those below the saint level, he had to use the law of time in his body to suppress his chi and blood energy. This was because the chi and blood energy combined with the light of virtue were unbearable for ordinary people. Those who were not affected were those close to Night Sorrow. They were related by blood, and his fiancée and the others were already stained with Night Sorrow's chi and virtue. 2 years in the real world was neither long nor short. Tianyu became a high-level saint, and Yi Mei became a saint. Sikong Chuyu and Yang Lei were already level 5 saints. Aoi had reached level 2 because her realm was high enough, and she had the help of the origin stone. Furthermore, there was enough energy in the pagoda of time and space. Night Sorrow had a rare moment of relaxation when drinking tea and chatting with his parents. Yu Qing was already a peak saint, and she was on her way to becoming a saint. Yi Wuyo was also a peak 2-star saint, and he was on his way to becoming a 3-star saint because Night Sorrow had provided him with a lot of resources. Night Sorrow, don't work too hard. Your cultivation is improving fast enough. You can already deal with some problems. Yi Wuyo looked at his son and said. Even he thought that the CP was a fake ZJ. Thank you, father. I'm doing well. Night Sorrow nodded. Although the child hasn't held a wedding, he can have a child. No one will laugh at this. Our Night Moon also needs a 3rd-generation successor. Yu Qing said. In the past, Yi Linghuan was the leader of the Night Moon dynasty, and Night Sorrow was the 3rd-generation young master. A year ago, Yi Linghuan passed the position of leader of the Night Moon dynasty to Yi Wuyo. Night Sorrow was the 2nd-generation successor. Okay, I got it, Night Sorrow said. At this point, Night Sorrow was also a little puzzled. In the past year or so, he and the women had already let nature take its course, but they still didn't have children. After chatting with his parents for a while, Night Sorrow went to see Wu Lingfei. No matter when he came out of the space-time treasure pagoda, he would go see Wu Lingfei and have a cup of tea with her. Night Sorrow, you're trying to become a high-level saint, Wu Lingfei said. I still need time, but my soul doppelganger is not far from completion. Once I become a 7-star saint and my soul doppelganger is completed, I will go to Clear Sky City and kill those 2, Night Sorrow said. Wu Lingfei smiled and said, take it slow. They're being suppressed. They can't run away. Night Sorrow nodded. He was not in a hurry because there was nothing that could threaten the safety of the 9-domain world. Let's go see the children in the Holy Hall, Wu Lingfei asked Night Sorrow. Alright, I haven't been there in a while. Let's go see Nianxiao. Auntie Fei, let's go together. Night Sorrow smiled. A year ago, Yi Nianxiao had begged Night Sorrow to go to the Holy Hall to cultivate, and Night Sorrow had sent her there. Night Sorrow would definitely satisfy his little sister's request. Although it was a bit of a conflict with the Holy Hall's rules of not accepting people, if his little sister wanted to go, he would give her the resources. Wu Lingfei also wanted to go, so she went with Night Sorrow to the Holy Hall. When they arrived at the sacred hall, Yi Shang greeted the children and waved his reincarnation spear in front of the formation, teaching the children how to use the spear. This was what Yi Shang would do every time he came. The commander is very calm right now, but when it comes to the children, he's completely different, said Jun Xuanji. When you reach the saint realm, you're all too lazy. It's rare for a 4-star saint to get along so well with the children, said Tai Shu Yan. Wu Lingfei usually didn't even speak much, let alone move. That's old history. A year ago, Night Sorrow was a 5-star saint. Now, he's a 6-star saint, said Wu Lingfei. 6-star saint. What's going on? It wasn't just Tai Shu Yan, but even Jun Xuanji was stunned. They couldn't see through Night Sorrow's cultivation base. Jun Xuanji was only an initial saint. He's working hard, said Wu Lingfei. We're also working hard, said Jun Xuanji. He's Night Sorrow. You're not. Wu Lingfei didn't speak much, but every word she said hit the nail on the head. Tai Shu Yan and Jun Xuanji didn't say anything. There was only one Night Sorrow in the two worlds. There was only one commander called Night Sorrow. After finishing their cultivation, Yi Nianxiao, Ning Yun, and Qiyue went to Night Sorrow's place. Nianxiao, if you have nothing to do, go spend more time with father and mother. You can bring your little friends with you, said Night Sorrow. Got it. Yi Nianxiao nodded. Ning Yun, are you used to it? Asked Night Sorrow. I'm used to it. Aunt often hits me and says I'm not working hard enough. Uncle, I'm really working hard, said Ning Yun. Yi Nianxiao was about the same age as everyone else, but her foundation was solid. She was already at the late core condensation stage and was the leader of the children. It's fine to be hit by a girl, you know. We're men, so we have to be magnanimous. We can't lower ourselves to the same level as a girl. Nianxiao, you should behave yourself. If you don't behave yourself, Big Brother will send you back, said Night Sorrow. He then glared at Yi Nianxiao. Following this, Night Sorrow had the three of them go back to rest. If Nianxiao is disobedient, Martial Uncle will send her back. Don't cause trouble here, said Night Sorrow. What do you mean disobedient? She's only like this because she has a good relationship with Ning Yun and Qiyue. She's usually very obedient, Jun Xuanji explained for Yi Nianxiao without waiting for Tai Shu Yan to speak. After staying in the sacred hall for 2 days, Night Sorrow left. After entering the passage between the Medicine Valley and Supreme River Space, Night Sorrow and Wu Lingfei separated. He wanted to go to Clear Sky City to take a look at the situation and also to get the Qingtian domain's origin source. Some time ago, the 9 regions' origin source had communicated with Night Sorrow's clone. He could go get the lightning-attributed Qingtian domain's origin source at any time. Sitting on the transmission array, Night Sorrow arrived at the spatial storm area where Clear Sky City was located. The spatial storm was already very weak and didn't have much power. Night Sorrow directly entered Clear Sky City from Clear Sky Mountain and arrived at the Heaven Sealing Hall. When Night Sorrow arrived, the 9 regions' origin source also appeared in front of Night Sorrow. Your cultivation is getting deeper and deeper, and your light of virtue is also getting stronger and stronger, the 9 regions' origin source evaluated while looking at Night Sorrow. Cultivation is obtained through hard work, but I still don't know what the light of virtue is, said Night Sorrow. Because you've done a lot for the 9 domains world, and now that everyone is living a good life, they're deeply grateful to you. Naturally, you'll be blessed with good karma. This is lightning essence. Take it well. Another 3 years have passed, and the Heaven Sealing Hall can be opened again. Because our 9 domains world was the winner of the last 2 world wars, my original body's situation has improved. This time, you can bring 10 people with you, the 9 domains essence said to Night Sorrow. Okay, I'll bring some people over at 1:00 in the evening. In fact, Night Sorrow was also thinking about this. With the approval of the 9 regions' origin source, his cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort. And you can also recertify your saint title, the 9 regions' origin source said to Night Sorrow. He wanted to read Becoming a God with All Tao for free. Chapter 905. Night Sorrow chatted with the 9 region origin energy for a while, then left. He was going to bring the people he had promised to get their title certified. With the teleportation circle, Night Sorrow quickly arrived at the Nether-realm spatial tunnel. Night Sorrow called Sky Underworld Saint and the others over. He told them that they could bring people to get their title certified. He wanted to leave 3 spots for his 3 fiancées. 7 spots. You promised Vice Great Uncle, so you must have them. You make the arrangements. I'll go get them. Sky Underworld Saint said. Only Night Sorrow could bring everyone into the Heaven Sealing Palace, so the others couldn't make the decision. Sky Underworld Saint could only call everyone over. After resting for a while, Yishang went to the command tent. By now, almost everyone who should be here had arrived. Actually, there's no need to rush. 10 spots in 3 years. That's not a small number. Also, don't go if your fighting strength doesn't exceed your cultivation. Without the strength to fight above your level, it'll be very difficult to pass the certification. Night Sorrow said. The god-slaying team also had a few sovereigns, but Night Sorrow didn't want to bring them. The god-slaying team was strong in group battles, but their individual fighting strength wasn't that great. Everyone looked at Night Sorrow's arrangement and didn't have any objections. Then I'll tell you what I think. Besides my great-uncles, Vice Commander Yun Tianlong should also have a spot. In addition to Heavenly Underworld Saint, True Ocean Saint, Southern Heaven Saint, and Black Dragon Saint, that's 6 people. Including Venerable Wu Hen, that's 7, Yishang said. Everyone nodded. Night Sorrow's arrangement was very reasonable. Unfortunately, something happened to Senior Flying Tiger Saint. I can't bring him this time. Night Sorrow sighed. Flying Tiger Saint was still recovering. There will be spots in 3 years. When he recovers, we'll reserve a spot for him. It's nothing. He's been without a title for so many years. He just needs a few more years to recover. Commander, don't worry about it. Sky Underworld Saint said. Following which, Night Sorrow comforted Lu Qin, Hu Shao, Qing Mang, and the others. After all, the quota was limited. We are not in a hurry. When the 9 Zones world is completed, there will be no such restriction, Hu Shao said with a smile. Yes, I still need time. Night Sorrow nodded. While everyone was making preparations, Night Sorrow went to the resting area of the god-slaying team and explained the situation. It wasn't that he didn't want to give his brothers, who had just entered the Martial Saint realm, a chance. It was just that everyone was lacking, and it would be a waste of an opportunity if they went. The members of the god-slaying team all understood that even Ling Long had failed, so they had no chance at all. Then, Night Sorrow went to the space-time pagoda next to him and entered it. He told Sikong Chuyu and the other 2 who were cultivating about the titled Battle Pet Warrior examination. Night Sorrow, I've strengthened my combat abilities, but will I be able to pass? Aoi was a bit worried. Didn't Xueshi teach you a movement technique? It won't be a problem, Night Sorrow said. For the past few years, Night Sorrow had been strengthening the girls' combat abilities. The results were very obvious. The 3 of them all had ultimate attributes and ultimate bodies. Night Sorrow was very confident that the 3 of them could pass the titled Battle Pet Warrior examination. Then, Night Sorrow gave the Qingtian Domain's Thunder Origin to Yang Lei. Thank you, 13th junior brother. Yang Lei pulled Night Sorrow and kissed Night Sorrow on the cheek. Hurry up and comprehend it. When the 9 Zones world is completed, the origin will become 1. At that time, the origin will leave, Night Sorrow said to Yang Lei. It seems that time is tight. After going to the Heaven Sealing Palace for the titled Battle Pet Warrior examination, I will work hard to cultivate. I don't want to waste my efforts, Yang Lei said. That won't happen. Even if the 9 Zones world's origin combine, it will still leave you with the origin. You won't waste your efforts, Night Sorrow said with a smile. After resting for a while, Night Sorrow led the group and set off. Yishang led a group of people to the Heaven Sealing Great Hall. The doors to the Heaven Sealing Great Hall opened and the group of people entered one after another. 13, I'm a bit nervous, Aoi said to Night Sorrow. It's okay. It's best if you can get a title. If not, you won't lose anything. Don't pack too much. Night Sorrow hugged Aoi. Then, he hugged Yang Lei and Sikong Chuyu. The group went to take the examination. Night Sorrow communicated with the 9 Zones world's origin. In recent years, the 9 Zones world has been developing fast. These people are good. If the 9 Zones world can't be repaired before the once in 10,000 years massacre, then take them to the Grotto Heaven and hide them. Or put them in my 9 Zones defense shield. High-level life forms are the foundation of a world. We can't lose them, the 9 Zones world's origin said. 2/3 of the void space's fusion has been completed, but it's slowed down a bit. Also, is the space below stable? Night Sorrow asked. He was asking about the space where Jin Yu and Bo Qing were. It's very stable. If they can't refine the space origin, it's useless no matter how hard they try, the 9 Zones World's origin said. When I become a high-level saint and this soul clone of mine is completed, I'll go in and kill them to prevent future troubles, Night Sorrow said. The 9 Zones World's origin nodded. It wanted to completely solve its problems. Night Sorrow asked why he didn't have children. He wanted to know if it was because of the existence of the heaven-sealing Great Hall's clone. It's not because your body's cultivation is too strong, so the problem of having children is also a matter of luck. Also, with your original body, the clone in the heaven-sealing Great Hall won't have children because this is the heavenly Tao. If you don't respect the heavenly Tao, it's a loss of morality. You have to be careful and don't mess around, the 9 Zones World's origin said to Night Sorrow. I understand. This strong body is also a disadvantage now, Night Sorrow said helplessly. There is a disadvantage, but there are also great benefits. After your children are born, their talent and bloodline will be far superior to ordinary people. Their starting point will be different from others, the 9 Zones World's origin explained to Night Sorrow. As they chatted, Night Sorrow also learned that the existence of clones was for combat and communication. There was a difference between clones and the original body. They were accessories. If they overpowered the main body, the heavenly Tao would choose to destroy them. It would either destroy the original body or the clone. Night Sorrow nodded. He understood that such a rule of the heavenly Tao was right. If a woman's original body and clone belonged to different men, it would be a mess. After communicating with the 9 Zones World's origin energy, Night Sorrow also learned about some taboo rules that could not be trampled on casually. You should also go and get your title verified. They will wait for you here after the assessment, the 9 Zones World's origin energy said to Night Sorrow. Alright, I'll go then, Night Sorrow said as he lifted the holster on his back. Also, there's still some time before your clone reaches completion. You can leave your auxiliary weapons here and let the origin energy nourish them, the 9 Zones World's origin energy said to Night Sorrow. Download Becoming a God with All Tao for free. Chapter 906. Night Sorrow stopped and thought for a moment. Then can you help me nourish this reincarnation spear? This sovereign's weapon is the most important. Sure, we'll talk about it when you come back from the examination. The 9 Regions origin body nodded. Nodding his head, Yishan entered the heaven-sealing Great Hall to undergo the saint conferment process. He was very surprised at how tolerant the 9 Regions origin energy was of him. Normally, the 9 Regions origin energy would agree with any question he asked. Actually, Night Sorrow didn't know that he had already been recognized by the 9 Regions origin body. If this continued, even if he couldn't complete the 9 Regions world, even if he couldn't become the ruler of the 9 Regions world, he would still become the virtuous great sage in Yi Wuyo's sky. Furthermore, Yi Shang was currently refining the void fiendish space to complete the 9 domain world. The 9 domain origin energy body was aware of this, so Yi Shang's opinion had a lot of weight in the 9 domain origin energy body. Most importantly, the 9 Regions origin body was almost certain that Night Sorrow would become the ruler of the 9 Regions world in the future. With the supreme law of nothingness and the 2 advanced laws of time and space, as well as his tyrannical soul power, Night Sorrow didn't have any difficulty passing the saint title examination. The moment Night Sorrow passed the examination, 2 ancient runes flashing with golden light appeared in the sky above the heaven-sealing hall. What's going on? Even our titles aren't that big, True Ocean Saint said. This is the commander's title promotion. He's maintained the top taboo title, Heavenly Underworld Saint said. At this moment, golden light appeared all over the 9 Regions world. This wasn't because the 9 Regions origin thought highly of Night Sorrow, but because it was a special situation after a top taboo title appeared. At this moment, the doors to the heaven-sealing hall opened and Night Sorrow walked out in a white robe. The 2 ancient runes in the sky flashed twice and entered Night Sorrow's body. Then, the golden light in the sky disappeared. How is everyone? Night Sorrow looked at Sikong Chuyu and the other two. Sikong Chuyu, Yang Lei, and Aoi nodded at Night Sorrow. I failed. Nan Qianxing sighed. That's because I failed. It's not a big deal. You can come again in 20 years, Night Sorrow persuaded. Among the 10 people who came, Nan Qianxing's cultivation was at the top. However, the title test was for people of the same cultivation level. The higher the cultivation level, the harder the test. Without the strength of someone of the same cultivation level, it would be very difficult to pass. Not only did Southern Heaven Saint fail, Black Dragon Saint also failed. Out of 10 people, 2 of them failed. This result was something that Night Sorrow could accept. After using the space-time pagoda to bring everyone through the spatial storm and send them to the teleportation array, Night Sorrow returned to the Heaven Ceiling Grand Hall. He still had matters to attend to. When there was an outsider, the Nine Realms origin energy would not appear unless it was someone the Nine Realms origin energy body approved of. Then, Night Sorrow communicated with the Nine Regions origin energy. The weapon needed 1 year to nurture. At the same time, the Nine Territories origin energy clone also told Yishan that because the clone in the Heaven Ceiling Great Hall had nurtured a monarch-grade spear, the divine weapon Chi in the Nine Territories origin energy could only nurture another monarch-grade weapon. Night Sorrow took the reincarnation spear from his back and handed it to the Nine Regions origin energy. The Nine Regions origin energy waved his hand and threw the reincarnation spear into the Heaven Ceiling Grand Hall. Also, if you are not in a hurry to fight, you can nurture the other spear on your back. Even if it can't become a king-class weapon, it can still be nurtured to the level of a high-grade sacred weapon. You can come and take it whenever you need it, the Nine Regions origin energy said to Night Sorrow. I won't be fighting for a while. I will cultivate for a while more. Besides, it's not like I can't fight without a spear. Night Sorrow left the space-splitting spear with the Nine Regions origin energy. Then, his clone appeared. Night Sorrow left a storage ring for the clone before leaving. Night Sorrow was not used to the fact that his back was empty without a weapon. It was as if he was missing something. The space-splitting spear was still okay. However, the reincarnation spear had been with Night Sorrow for too long. It could be said that ever since Night Sorrow knew how to fight and since he started hunting, the reincarnation spear had never left his side. After returning to the spatial passageway in the Netherworld realm, Night Sorrow was also restless. This made the Sikong Chuyu, Yang Lei, and Aoi, who had been successfully titled, very puzzled. Just as Yang Lei was about to ask the reason, Sikong Chuyu noticed the situation. Night Sorrow, your spear. Yes. Without the spear, I feel like I'm missing something. It's as if I'm missing something very important in my life, Night Sorrow said. What about your spear? What about your 2 spears? Yang Lei asked. They knew that Night Sorrow's reincarnation spear was a sacred artifact and the space-splitting spear was a quasi-sacred artifact. I stayed in the Heaven Ceiling Great Hall and let the Nine Regions origin energy nourish me. However, this will take a year, Night Sorrow said. This is a good thing. It can improve the quality of some weapons, Aoi said. Let's not talk about the space-splitting spear. It can be upgraded to a high-grade sacred artifact. The most important thing is that the reincarnation spear can surpass the sacred monarch tier and directly become a king tier weapon. It can accompany me for a very long time, or even for a lifetime, Night Sorrow said. A king tier weapon is a weapon that belongs to the king tier. Your reincarnation spear can actually be upgraded to a king tier weapon. It's only been a year. This is too worth it, Sikong Chuyu said excitedly. She was happy for Night Sorrow. But you don't understand. Without the reincarnation spear by my side, I feel uncomfortable, Night Sorrow said. The space-splitting spear had only been with Night Sorrow for a short period of time. There was a degree of compatibility, but in terms of feelings, it could not be compared to the reincarnation spear. Bear with it for a year. Just cultivate for a year, Aoi said as she brewed a pot of tea. Night Sorrow nodded. There was nothing he could do about it. After drinking the tea, Knight Sorrow went to chop down a tree. Then, he made a wooden spear according to the size of the reincarnation spear. He was not used to not having a spear in his hand. In addition, with the protection of the power of law, even the wooden spear in Knight Sorrow's hands was not much different from a divine weapon. Then, Knight Sorrow brought his 3 fiancées and Xue Shi to the god-slaying team's encampment. He asked Tianyu to get a wild beast and then had a drink. Only then did he put the people who should enter the space-time pagoda into the space-time pagoda. Then, he began to cultivate. Knight Sorrow did not cultivate with the others now. After entering the 6-star saint realm, he cultivated on the 78th floor of the space-time pagoda. The 78th floor of the space-time pagoda had an 8-fold time acceleration. As Knight Sorrow's cultivation increased, the space-time pagoda's auxiliary power became stronger. In addition to the improvement of his basic cultivation, Knight Sorrow cultivated his spear technique. Although it was a wooden spear, it did not affect the improvement of his spear techniques in 10th realm. When his cultivation increased too quickly, Knight Sorrow would enter the spatial turbulence and even use the energy emitted by the netherworld ancient tree to corrode his vital qi and the myriad Dao Tome's energy to hone his cultivation. In the 6 months in the real world, Knight Sorrow cultivated for 4 years and successfully increased his cultivation to the 7-star saint realm, which was the high-level saint realm. The myriad Dao Tome also reached the 7-star golden body realm. In the middle, there was not enough blood essence of the 4-clawed silver dragon, so Xue Shi helped Knight Sorrow get it again. Only then was Knight Sorrow able to continue cultivating. Please give me some devil fruits. Our second place is not very stable. Please give me some help. Of course, if you tip me 200 yuan and need to update, Shizi will also add Myriad Dao Ascension to read for free. Chapter 907. After reaching the 7-star saint realm, Knight Sorrow dared to fight a peak saint. If he had a weapon, Knight Sorrow would even go to the nether realm to fight. Seeing Knight Sorrow's cultivation soar, Sky Underworld Saint, Shang Luo, and the others who were guarding the spatial passage were shocked. They wanted to persuade Knight Sorrow to be more stable, but Knight Sorrow's cultivation was very solid. Long Xiansheng and Xian Wenxiu were guarding the sacred hall. Sometimes, they would come to the spatial passage to take a look. After drinking tea with his parents and Wu Lingfei, Knight Sorrow went to the Heaven Sealing Hall to take back the Space Render Spear. The Space Render Spear was already a high-grade saint artifact. In the 9 regions world, it was the only high-grade saint artifact in the weapon type. After taking back the Space Render Spear, Knight Sorrow felt a bit more at ease. After all, when fighting, he would not be like a beggar without a staff. Carrying the Space Render Spear, Knight Sorrow went to the Sacred Hall and accompanied the children. In the end, under Yi Nianxiao's suggestion, Knight Sorrow brought the 2,000 children to 2 nearby restaurants in Dongxian City to eat and drink with the children. The owners of the restaurants did not charge any fees. Since Knight Sorrow treated the children of the Sacred Hall as treasures, the people of Dongxian City also treated them as treasures. It could be said that as long as the children wore the clothes of the Sacred Hall, no shop in Dongxian City would charge them anything. Y0 Everyone knew Knight Sorrow's goal in establishing the Sacred Hall. Everyone was willing to offer their love and help Knight Sorrow fulfill his wish. In other words, the people of Dongxian City were willing to raise the children of the Sacred Hall. This kind of scene was what Knight Sorrow wanted to see. This was the human heart. When there was a simple human heart, society would be harmonious. After bringing everyone back to the Sacred Hall, Knight Sorrow called out to the children, "Are you happy?" The children responded to Knight Sorrow's call. Back then, Uncle did something wrong and caused you to lose a lot. That was Uncle's fault. But now, everyone loves you and cares for you. Everyone has true feelings for you. Now that you've grown up, what you need to do is to protect this true feeling, Knight Sorrow said. Uncle, we've grown up and know a lot. We understand your position back then. It's not that you're in the wrong. When we grow up, we want to be uncles. If that's the case, we'll brandish the Void Splitter Spear and fight the 7 Fiends King in front of the city. Only after the battle did Seven Fiends King realize how big the gap was between the reality and his perception was, and how unreliable his information was. Not only was he unable to suppress Night Sorrow with his peak saint cultivation base, but he was also forced back by Night Sorrow's ferocious attacks. If it weren't for the fact that his Jinchi cultivation base was higher than Night Sorrow's, he might have been killed on the spot. Are you going to kill me with this level of strength? Night Sorrow snorted coldly after probing for a bit. He realized that Seven Fiends King's combat strength was also average. Night Sorrow no longer planned to test the waters. He used a spatial energy shield and poured his bloodline energy into the Void Splitter Spear. Suppressing the laws of nothingness, he began to violently attack Seven Fiends King. Night Sorrow didn't use his void energy because the Void Splitter Spear was a spatial energy. If he poured the laws of nothingness into it, there might be some conflicts. Night Sorrow's sixth bloodline energy was already saturated, and his spatial energy was also very dense. It was enough to suppress Seven Fiends King. After a few rounds, Seven Fiends King's chest was pierced by the spear light. Stop him! Seven Fiends King shouted at the Shuetu Death Warriors. Recently, some fans of the book felt that their cultivation base had increased quickly. It was mainly because of the plot. Not every time there would be a story. Some cultivators could cultivate quietly for 100 years. Sometimes, they needed a transition period. This book was currently in a transition period. You can read the rest of the book. Chapter 908. The Blood Map Death Guards had been trained by Nether King 9 but he had ordered them to listen to Seven Fiend King's orders. Hearing Seven Fiend King's order, the Blood Map Death Guards went to block Night Sorrow. How could the Shuetu Death Warriors, who were peak venerable ones, stop Night Sorrow? They were killed by Night Sorrow with almost every spear strike. Self-detonate. Seven Fiend King ordered as he retreated. He knew that if he didn't think of a way to stop Night Sorrow, he would die. After receiving the order to self-detonate, the Bloodchart Deathsworn unhesitatingly blocked Yishan's path and self-detonated. Night Sorrow's protective barrier was cut off, allowing him to avoid the Blood Map Death Guard's self-detonations. But by the time they were done, Seven Fiend King had already run away. Yishang smiled and continued with his plan to destroy the city. As his cultivation and mental state had improved, Yishang no longer set fire to the city. He was sure to win the war, so there was no need for unnecessary killing. Night Sorrow was still destroying the cities. Seven Fiend King returned to the spatial channel and told Nether King 9 and the 8 Hell Kings about this. You're not his match. Nether King 9 stood up. Yes, the difference is not small. His spatial laws are extremely sharp. If it weren't for the Blood Map Death Guards, this king would have been killed, said Seven Fiend King. Are you sure it's that young man and not some other saint in disguise? Asked Nether King 9. I'm sure. He's a 7-star saint, but his body is incomparably powerful. He's also powerful and gives off pressure. Seven Fiend King was a bit afraid of Night Sorrow from the bottom of his heart. Then let's go kill him together. Nether King 9 stood up and called for the 8 Hell Kings. She knew how important Night Sorrow was to the 9 regions world. But after Night Sorrow destroyed 2 more cities, he flew toward the transportation formation. His goal was to make the Netherworld restless, and he had already achieved his goal. He had also looted quite a bit of resources, so he was very satisfied. In addition, the reincarnation spear had not been fully nourished and was not at its peak condition. Therefore, there was no need for him to fight to the death with his opponent. This was maturity. Sitting in the teleportation array, Night Sorrow returned to the spatial tunnel entrance. How is it? Wu Lingfei asked Night Sorrow. We destroyed some cities and killed some of the bloody death guards, but Seven Fiends King managed to escape, Night Sorrow said. The Seven Fiends King ran away, said Wu Lingfei to Night Sorrow. He couldn't beat me, but the Bloodchart Deathsworn tried to intercept him, so he escaped. Night Sorrow nodded. Night Sorrow, you're too calm. The Seven Fiends King is a peak saint. Wu Lingfei looked at Night Sorrow in surprise. She was only a peak 4-star saint and had yet to become a 5-star saint. I didn't kill him, Night Sorrow said with a smile. What's going on? Taishu Yan, Jun Xuanji, and Long Xianqing walked out of the spatial tunnel. Night Sorrow went to the underworld and killed the Seven Fiends King, but now he's so calm. This is great news. Even though Wu Lingfei had a cold personality, she was still very excited. She viewed Night Sorrow as family. Night Sorrow's accomplishments naturally made her very happy. So powerful. That's a peak saint, said Long Xianqing as he stroked his beard. Then once Night Sorrow becomes a 9-star saint, we won't even have a problem fighting him, said Jun Xuanji. Yes. Commanders have a lot of room for improvement, while peak saints don't have much room for improvement. So time is very good for us, said Long Xianqing. After everyone drank and celebrated, Night Sorrow went to the void fiendish space and created 2 more flames. This time, Night Sorrow directly endured the poisonous gas of the Netherworld ancient trees and brought the flames into the group of Netherworld ancient trees. This caused the 8 Hell Kings, who were searching for Night Sorrow with Dark King 9 Yin and 7 Fiends King, to change their expressions. Because of the large amount of magma flames and the high intensity, they were very harmful to the Netherworld ancient trees. Next, the 8 Hell Kings explained the situation to Dark King 9 Yin and 7 Fiends King. They're too cunning. If this continues, we'll be at a disadvantage. How about this, 8 Hell Kings and 7 Fiends King, you two go back and guard the spatial tunnel. This king will patrol it again. We can't lose the spatial tunnel, said Dark King 9 Yin after thinking for a while. Dark King 9 Yin, you can't let this affect your state of mind. As long as you enter the Saint King realm, you can change the situation, said the 8 Hell Kings. This step has trapped this king for many years. Now, there's an opportunity. Don't worry, this king won't have a problem. Dark King 9 Yin nodded. Just as the Nether realm was in a panic, Night Sorrow drank tea with everyone and put some people who needed it into the Spacetime Treasure Pagoda. Then, he entered the Spacetime Treasure Pagoda and began to cultivate. This time, he went to the Nether realm to attack the Nether realm. On the other hand, Night Sorrow wanted to relax his state of mind. In other words, he came out to take a breather after his closed-door cultivation. For some people, cultivation was boring because there were no resources or insufficient resources. It consumed a lot of time and energy, so the improvement in cultivation was not significant. However, it was not the case for Night Sorrow. As long as he cultivated, the improvement in cultivation was very obvious. Another thing that made Night Sorrow happy and expectant was that his soul avatar was getting closer and closer to the large success stage. It was a recent matter. The large success stage of his soul avatar was equivalent to doubling his combat power. He could even fight 2 peak saints. Everyone saw Night Sorrow's efforts. This made everyone's enthusiasm for cultivation very high. Time slipped away bit by bit. Night Sorrow's cultivation was also rapidly improving. Jin Yu and Bo Qing lived in fear and trepidation every day. Bo Qing's strength couldn't be restored or improved, but Jin Yu could. Every day, he constantly improved his compatibility with his new body. The compatibility between the soul and the body was directly related to one's battle prowess. If Jin Yu's soul was completely compatible with his body, he would be able to recover his peak battle prowess. Of course, this wasn't realistic because it wasn't his body. It was impossible for him to completely merge with his soul. Even if he wanted to achieve a high compatibility, it would take a long time. This was also the reason why Jin Yu had not merged with that body for so many years. In the past, it was because he could feel that his body still existed. Another reason was that there were too many drawbacks to merging with another person's body. This was also the reason why Jin Yu had been persisting. Night Sorrow cultivated hard every day. Every time he went into seclusion, it would be for a very long time. Occasionally, he would go to the space where Sikong Chuyu and the other girls were cultivating to have a cup of tea and chat with them. Night Sorrow did not calculate the passage of time. When he cultivated in the space-time pagoda for 3 years, his soul avatar had reached the large success stage, which doubled his combat power. However, Night Sorrow still did not come out of seclusion. He was not far from becoming an 8-star saint. In addition, he was also waiting for news of the reincarnation spear's nourishment. Now that he came out of seclusion, his main body and avatar only had one weapon, and they were not at their peak combat power. When Night Sorrow was in seclusion, the Nether Realm was in a festive mood because a Saint King had appeared in the Nether Realm. A Saint King who could suppress all saints. Search the basket to read the rest of the chapter. Chapter 909. Nether King 9 had entered the Saint King realm. This was a great boost to the Nether Realm because Saint Kings were only a legend in the Nether Realm. They had only appeared 10,000 years ago. Book Basket. Nether King 9 once again stood guard at the entrance of the spatial tunnel. The 8 Hell Kings pushed the ancient Netherworld tree array to the edge of the array. Because Nether King 9 was no longer affected by the ancient Netherworld tree after entering the Saint King realm, her soul power completely enveloped the area. As long as Night Sorrow and the others did anything, she would discover it. After entering the Saint King realm, Nether King 9 was very confident that as long as anyone dared to leave the array, she would be able to control them and kill them. No one in the 9 regions world camp knew about this because Night Sorrow was not present. The array was a forbidden zone between 2 worlds. No one could enter. Night Sorrow's cultivation state was very stable. He was currently in the process of breaking through, so he did not leave the space-time pagoda. In any case, the people he cared about were doing well. The members of the god-slaying team, his parents, grandfather, and Wu Lingfei were all in the space-time pagoda. As for Yi Nianxiao, Night Sorrow felt that she was still young and did not need to enter the space-time pagoda to cultivate. Stabilizing her foundation now was a good thing. When Night Sorrow entered the 8-star Saint realm and the 8-star Golden Body realm, he planned to come out and stabilize his realm. It was not a good thing to increase one's cultivation too quickly. The main reason was that the 9 regions' origin energy told him that the reincarnation spear in the Heaven Sealing Hall had finished nourishing it. This situation made Night Sorrow very excited. This was great news for him. Not having the reincarnation spear by his side for the past few years had been a torture for him. After leaving the space-time pagoda, Night Sorrow entered the array to patrol. After patrolling, Night Sorrow was stunned because the ancient Netherworld tree had boldly surrounded him again. This made Night Sorrow very puzzled. Was it not afraid that he would create flames? At this point, the fusion between the Void Space and the Void Fate Pearl was 80% complete. Once the fusion was complete, Night Sorrow would be able to fully control the Void Space. He could even pour the lava lake into the Nether Realm. After watching Night Sorrow for a while, Yishuan retreated. He didn't have any good solutions now. If he didn't break through the ancient Netherworld tree's blockade of the spatial passageway, he wouldn't be able to engage in a great battle or decisive battle. He was now confident that he could defeat the opponent's expert, but he still had to make ample preparations. No matter what, he had to retrieve the reincarnation spear. Without bringing the space-time pagoda or greeting anyone, Night Sorrow arrived at the Heaven Sealing Hall. 8-star Saint, your cultivation level has increased quite a bit. You can solve some problems now. Look at your spear. The 9 regions' origin energy waved his hand, and the energy wrapped around the reincarnation spear and brought it in front of Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow stretched out his right hand and grasped the reincarnation spear. That feeling of lacking steadfastness immediately disappeared from Night Sorrow's heart. Steady with the reincarnation spear in his hand, Night Sorrow felt incomparably steadfast. After that, the 9 regions' origin energy told Night Sorrow that the reincarnation spear was a king weapon. Even a king realm expert wouldn't be able to damage it. In addition, it would gradually reveal its power as Night Sorrow's cultivation level increased. Currently, it could increase the power of Night Sorrow's attack by 20%. Thank you, Senior. I can solve some problems now. I'll go and kill those 2 guys in a while. Night Sorrow said. Night Sorrow wanted to kill Jin Yu and Bo Qing. When Jin Yu and Bo Qing said that they were the remnants of the Yi clan, Night Sorrow had already planned to kill them. Pia, when you were a 4-star saint, they couldn't take you down. Now that you are an 8-star saint, they can only be killed. Be careful not to let them run away. They are very experienced cultivators. If they hide, it will be difficult to deal with them. The 9 regions' origin energy reminded Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow nodded. His body shook, and a green-robed Night Sorrow appeared. It was Night Sorrow's soul clone. Night Sorrow handed the sky-splitting spear on his back to his clone. Then, the clone merged with his main body again. The energy contained in your clone is 90% of the main body's. It's very rare that you haven't been stuck at the Saint Realm, the 9 regions' origin energy said. With the 9 regions' origin energy's explanation, Night Sorrow understood that if it wasn't for a special innate soul clone secret technique, the clone's cultivation level would always be below the Saint Realm, and it wouldn't be able to use the power of rules. This made Night Sorrow understand why Night Sorrow was said to be powerful, but his clone was only at the peak of the Venerable Realm. It was because the level of the soul clone's secret technique was low. Under the guidance of the 9 regions' origin energy, Night Sorrow passed through the bottom of Haotian City and Haotian Mountain. Then, he tore open the space and entered the space suppressed by Haotian City. This time, Night Sorrow didn't travel through the spatial turbulence. Instead, he flew directly toward the mountain in the middle of the space. He didn't need to be sneaky now. However, the Great Ming Dynasty had set up a tough battle. He wasn't here to investigate. He was here to kill. When Night Sorrow arrived at the mountain, the vigilant Jin Yu and Bo Qing discovered him. The two of them didn't care why Night Sorrow was a 4-star saint the last time he came. Now, he was an 8-star saint. They directly suppressed the surrounding space with the power of rules, not giving Night Sorrow a chance to tear open the space and escape. They started to kill him. They felt that this was a chance to snatch back the space origin. At this moment, Night Sorrow's body shook. His soul clone appeared and charged toward Jin Yu with his original body. Jin Yu had fused with someone else's body. His cultivation was a 7-star saint, but his aura was very unstable. His strength was still different from Bo Qing, who was a peak saint. Seeing Night Sorrow's 8-star saint soul clone, Jin Yu and Bo Qing were stunned. In the Heaven Mystic world, the secret technique of cultivating soul clones was very common. However, there weren't many people who cultivated it. A soul clone that could send messages wasn't very useful. A soul clone that had 30% of one's strength was also useless in battle. Having a soul clone that had 70% of one's strength was very harmful to one's soul. Therefore, not many people cultivated it. The main reason was that it was hard to find a top-notch medium. The most important point was that no matter how one cultivated it, the soul clone would be below the Saint Realm. Therefore, many people didn't care about it. Night Sorrow's original body and soul clone chased after Jin Yu. After a few exchanges, Jin Yu couldn't take it anymore. Each of Night Sorrow's spear attacks contained explosive power that could send Jin Yu flying. Bo Qing's attacks against Night Sorrow's original body all missed. Night Sorrow's speed was too fast. He far surpassed them. At this time, Jin Yu and Bo Qing were afraid. The three of them weren't even on the same level. After a few exchanges, Bo Qing did something that Night Sorrow could understand. However, Jin Yu was very angry. He didn't care about Jin Yu anymore. He didn't stop Night Sorrow's original body and soul clone from suppressing Jin Yu. He turned and ran. Bo Qing, are you still human? Do you still have any brotherhood? Jin Yu roared. He knew that if Bo Qing ran away, he would definitely die. You want to run? Do you have a chance? Night Sorrow roared. His soul clone used a spatial cut to block Bo Qing's attack. Night Sorrow's original body continued to suppress Jin Yu's attacks. When Jin Yu once again raised his saber to block, Night Sorrow used vibration energy to push Jin Yu's saber away. His spear pierced through Jin Yu's body, and then a fierce energy shock wave followed. What the hell is this? It's attacking the soul. At this time, a small Jinyu appeared above his destroyed body. His body was destroyed, so Jinyu planned to use his soul to escape. Night Sorrow used soul extinguishing / His myriad Daos become gods was the first to be read for free. Chapter 9-10. Jinyu wanted to escape with his soul, but Night Sorrow wanted to completely kill them. Naturally, he wouldn't give him the chance, so he used the soul extinguishing / Yishang's soul annihilation / was extremely fast. It instantly slashed Jinyu's soul body, directly slicing it in half. After killing Jinyu, Night Sorrow's main body also charged towards Bo Qing. Night Sorrow's main body and soul avatar attacked at the same time. How could Bo Qing block them? When Night Sorrow's main body's reincarnation spear pierced Bo Qing's body, Night Sorrow discovered that the reincarnation spear's blade released a special kind of energy that directly attacked Bo Qing's spirit sea. It rushed into Bo Qing's god bead and then annihilated his soul. Standing there and thinking for a moment, Night Sorrow understood what was going on. The reincarnation spear's blade was made from reincarnation stone and had the ability to harm souls. Night Sorrow took Jinyu and Bo Qing's saint crystals, weapons, and storage rings. Opening the storage rings, Night Sorrow was very disappointed because the two of them were too poor. They didn't even have a single spirit stone or crystal. However, Night Sorrow obtained 2 relatively large transmission crystals from Bo Qing's storage ring. Although Night Sorrow was a little disappointed that he didn't obtain anything, it didn't matter. His purpose in coming here was to kill, and now he had achieved his goal. Soon after, Night Sorrow left the space and returned to the 9-domain world. How was it? The 9-domain world's origin chi avatar appeared in front of Night Sorrow. Kill them. Kill both of them. We'll leave this space as it is for now. Later, my fiancé will refine this space's origin stone and take it away, Yishang said. I know that your wind attribute fiancé will take a long time to refine this space, which will delay your fused space from repairing the 9-domain world. This way, I will suppress and squeeze this space into the 9-domain world. This way, your fiancé will be able to refine it whenever she wants, the 9-domain origin body said to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow nodded and said, alright, then I'll have to trouble you, Senior. Now that I've mastered my avatar and have a high-end weapon, it shouldn't be too difficult to solve the problem in Nether Realm. When a spatial world is conquered, the origin of the spatial world will naturally become a subsidiary. Right now, the Profound Mysteries Realm and Supreme River Space are actually subsidiaries of the 9-domain world. If we can conquer the Nether Realm, it will be very beneficial to the development of the 9-domain world. The 9-domain origin body said something Yishan didn't know. So it's like that. I have another question. Right now, the Profound Mysteries Realm is a subsidiary world of 9-domain world. Can the people of that world come to the Heaven Sealing Palace to be granted a title? Night Sorrow asked. The main thing was that he had promised Jun Xuanji. That's up to you. I will respect your decision, the 9-domain origin body said. Look small, speak. If we want to rule for a long time, we must have good governance and let the people of the Profound Mysteries Realm feel our sincerity. Only then will we be able to stabilize our current relationship. However, I will also respect Senior's decision, Night Sorrow said. What you say makes sense. Once 9-domain world is complete, the origin of 9-domain world will fuse with your sovereign space's origin. You will be the ruler of 9-domain world. Go to the Profound Mysteries Realm once, and you will be able to sense the origin of the subsidiary world. You will be able to obtain a strand of origin energy, and then the matter will be resolved. As for Supreme River Space, that is a high-level elemental space. In the future, you will also be able to sense the location of the origin. However, I do not recommend that you let others refine it because this is related to many things. You will understand in the future, the 9-domain origin body said. Then Yi Shang understands. If there's anything you need, you can communicate with my avatar. If there's a need, my true body will rush over immediately. Yi Shang bowed to the 9 regions origin energy avatar and then left. After arriving at the teleportation array between Medicine Valley and Supreme River Space, Night Sorrow left Supreme River Space and went to the Void Space. At this time, the Void Space's fusion was about 10% complete, but the last part was a bit slower. Without the Spacetime Pagoda by his side, Night Sorrow didn't have any ideas about the lava flames. After that, Night Sorrow went to the Sacred Hall to see that the children's cultivation was fine. Only then did he return to the camp at the entrance of the Nether Realm's passageway. After carrying that spear on your back, your aura has become even sharper. Although you aren't targeting anyone, Aunt Fei can sense that the spear on your back will be fatal. Wu Lingfei, who had come out of the Spacetime Pagoda for a breath of fresh air, smiled. She had just become a 5-star saint. It feels great to have a spear on me. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of any battle, said Night Sorrow with a smile. How is it? Has the problem with the weapon been resolved? Asked Wu Lingfei. It's been resolved. It's perfect. Aunt Fei, this spatial ring has a lot of space. Take it. Night Sorrow took out Jin Yu's spatial ring. There's no need. Aunt Fei has her own spatial ring. I don't need a spatial ring that's too big. Leave it for your parents and fiancé. They might need it, said Wu Lingfei. That's fine. Aunt Fei, come and have some tea, said Night Sorrow. Tea? That's great, said Wu Lingfei with a smile. Then, Night Sorrow went to his tent and brewed a pot of tea. If you don't have any Tao comprehension tea, I still have some here. Take it. Seeing that Night Sorrow had brewed ordinary tea, Wu Lingfei took the Tao comprehension tea from her spatial ring. Yes, but I don't drink much. I'm planning to drink it when I reach the peak of the Saint Realm, said Night Sorrow with a smile. You know how to be frugal. Wu Lingfei glanced at Night Sorrow and put away the Tao comprehension tea. Yi Shang smiled. Good steel had to be used on the blade. Right now, he didn't need to comprehend anything. After accompanying Wu Lingfei for a while, Night Sorrow went to the Spacetime Pagoda to accompany his parents. Then he went to see the God-slaying squad. After thinking about it, Night Sorrow brought everyone out of the Spacetime Pagoda. Everyone's cultivation speed was too fast, and Night Sorrow was worried that their foundation would be unstable. In addition, he planned to go to the Nether Realm and see who would try to kill him. He would kill whoever tried to kill him. At this moment, Night Sorrow felt like he was a huge pit. Night Sorrow planned to take Tianyu with him. They were brothers. Night Sorrow had also promised Tianyu that he would take him with him when he fought. In the command tent, Night Sorrow told everyone his thoughts. No one objected to Night Sorrow's decision because everyone knew that Night Sorrow's strength was terrifying. Although they hadn't fought before and couldn't compare, everyone felt that Night Sorrow was stronger than the 4 peak saints. Among the peak saints of the 9 regions world, only Long Xiansheng and Xian Wenxiu could defeat 7 Fiends King one-on-one. However, Night Sorrow could make 7 Fiends King flee. One had to know that when 7 Fiends King fled, Night Sorrow was only a 7-star saint. His soul clone hadn't reached large success yet. Now that Night Sorrow was an 8-star saint, his strength had increased greatly. Therefore, Night Sorrow's strength was recognized by everyone as the strongest. Download God Ascension through Myriad DAO for free. Chapter 911. Sitting in the teleportation formation, Night Sorrow arrived in the Nether Realm. The other 2 teleportation formations were too well hidden, so the demons and warriors of the Nether Realm didn't discover them. Lan Shu. Holding the map, Night Sorrow found a city and began the war to destroy the City Lord's manor. The City Lord's mansion in the Nether Realm had guards, but they couldn't stop Yi Shang's massacre. Very quickly, the 9 underworld monarch at the entrance of the Nether Realm received the news. 9 regions commander Night Sorrow is courting death. 8 Hell Kings, 7 Fiend Kings, guard this place well. This king will go and kill him. Let the 9 regions world know our strength and make them behave. After saying that, Nine Hades left the command tent in the nether realm and went to kill Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow was still steadily destroying cities. Now, he was waiting for the other side to kill him. After killing for 2 days, Night Sorrow had cleared out more than 20 cities. Nine Hades stopped him. 9 Regions Commander Night Sorrow. Nine Hades waved the scimitar in his hand and coldly looked at Night Sorrow. I know you're Nine Hades. Is this your true body or a clone? Night Sorrow asked. This king doesn't need his true body to kill you, said Nine Hades coldly. The clone is actually a saint ruler, Yishang subconsciously asked as he looked at the Nine Underworld King's clone. At this moment, Yishang was very shocked because this clone of Pluto Nine wasn't a peak saint but a 1-star saint king. During this period of time, Night Sorrow had been wondering why the Netherworld Realm's Netherworld King's avatars were so powerful. This king can see your bone age. You're an 8-star holy king in your 30s. You're a rare genius. But now, this king wants to kill you and take your fate. As for the clone being a holy king, it's a talent of the nether race. We cultivate a soul clone. The soul clone's realm is the same as the true body's, and it has 70% of the true body's strength. Are you satisfied with this answer? Nine Hades was also very shocked because Night Sorrow was too young. Then let's not talk about it. I still don't know how strong a holy king is. Night Sorrow waved his reincarnation spear. Night Sorrow knew a little about the Holy King realm from the Clear Heaven scripture. It was the nascent soul formed after the core pearl was broken. Their strength far surpassed that of a holy king. No wonder you can become the commander of the 9 regions. You know this king is a holy king, but you don't want to run. This king admires you. Nine Hades waved his scimitar and attacked Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow waved his reincarnation spear and stabbed it towards Nine Hades' scimitar. Ding! With a crisp sound, Night Sorrow and Nine Hades separated. Night Sorrow retreated 10 meters away, while Nine Hades retreated 15 meters. Nine Hades was a 1-star holy king. Her true chi was abundant, and her control of the power of laws was very deep. However, she was only a clone. Although she had a cultivation realm, her clone only had 70% of the cultivation of the main body. Therefore, she couldn't defeat Night Sorrow. The main reason was that Night Sorrow's body was too strong. You are very strong. You can say that you are invincible under the Holy King realm. However, this king is a holy king. Come! Nine Hades roared and rushed forward to fight Night Sorrow. At this moment, Night Sorrow didn't use his soul clone. If his main body couldn't even defeat Nine Hades' clone, then the gap between them would be too big. He now wanted to compare the situation between himself and Nine Hades. Night Sorrow's innate bloodline energy was spatial energy to protect his body. The law of nothingness suppressed Nine Hades' law of death. He poured his true chi of nothingness into his reincarnation spear and started to fight Nine Hades head-on. After a few exchanges, Nine Hades was suppressed by Night Sorrow. That was because Night Sorrow's attributes and laws were higher than hers. Your clone isn't my match. If your main body doesn't come, then you won't be able to keep this clone. Night Sorrow roared. His attacks became more and more berserk. The more he fought, the more excited he became. This was a carefree and unrestrained battle. You are very strong. This king will treat you as an opponent. However, if you want to destroy this king's clone, then you're dreaming. Netherworld Chi Explosion. At this moment, Nine Hades waved her arm. Over 10 balls of Netherworld Chi appeared and then exploded. When the balls of Netherworld Chi exploded, Nine Hades' clone flashed away from the battlefield and quickly fled. Night Sorrow didn't chase because Nine Hades' clone was already very far away. After thinking for a moment, Night Sorrow hurried back to the transportation formation and teleported to the command tent at the entrance of the spatial tunnel. We robbed a lot of resources again. Heavenly Underworld Saint said with a smile. Some, but there is a new problem. The enemy's 9 in Hades has advanced to the Saint King realm. However, she should have just advanced not long ago. Night Sorrow said. She has advanced to the Saint King realm? Long Xiansheng and the others' faces changed. Yes, but it's not a big problem. I met her soul clone. My main body can suppress her soul clone. According to my estimation, even if I meet her main body, I should be able to fight. Night Sorrow said. It's good that you can fight. If you can't, we can only guard the entrance of the spatial tunnel. There is no way we can win the war. Long Xianqing said. It doesn't matter. However, we have to deal with her as soon as possible. She has too much room for improvement, and I only have room for improvement by 1 level. Night Sorrow said. Don't worry too much. We all know how much energy a Saint King needs to improve by 1 level. The amount of energy a Saint King needs to improve is even more immeasurable. She can suppress us saints for a short time, but to improve, she needs a lot of time and resources. Long Xianqing said. Even if I can fight now, I'm afraid I can't kill her. Based on her clone's battle prowess, even if I defeat her original body, I won't be able to stop her if she wants to escape, said Yishang. Hearing Night Sorrow's words, everyone felt more at ease. Because Night Sorrow could still suppress 9 in Hades. To be precise, he could suppress 9 in Hades Saint King. After thinking for a while, Night Sorrow stood up. I'll go take a look. If 9 in Hades Saint King doesn't come back, I'll kill some of their saints. We'll go with you. Long Xiansheng, Xian Wenxiu, and the other 3 peak saints stood up. After checking the array, Night Sorrow sighed. 9 in Hades Saint King had returned, and both her main body and her clone had appeared in the tent. When he checked, she happened to merge with her main body. After losing the opportunity to kill the enemy, Night Sorrow retreated with a few people. However, he also knew that 9 in Hades Saint King didn't dare to leave this place and couldn't focus on cultivating. In the tent of the Nether Realm, 9 in Hades Saint King had a serious expression. Kill their commander? 7 Fiends Saint King asked. No, this king's clone was almost killed by him. That 9 regions commander is indeed a rare genius. He has the space attribute law, and he also has the supreme law. Maybe this king's main body and my clone can fight him together to have a chance of winning. 9 in Hades Saint King explained. 9 in Hades Saint King, you didn't see wrong. 8 Hell King asked in shock. This king still has this bit of eyesight. It should be the void attribute. 9 in Hades Saint King was a little disappointed. Download Myriad Dao Ascension for free. Chapter 9:12. Then what are we going to do about this situation? 9 in, you have to focus on your cultivation, 8 Hell King said. This king can't leave this place. Otherwise, you guys will talk about the 8 Dragon Cauldron. Seeing Night Sorrow, Yu Yangyu, and the other 2 were especially happy. Click on Myriad Dao Ascension to read it for free. Chapter 9:13. In the public square, Long Xiansheng and the others had said that Night Sorrow was the strongest person in the 9 regions camp and was already an 8-star saint. This was not only the glory of the Night Moon dynasty and the Eastern Profound Domain, but also the glory of the Medicine Valley. 13. Your eldest senior brother is now the acting Valley Master of the Medicine Valley. After a while, I will officially pass the position to him, but in fact, many things are done by your senior brother Chu Lingxiao and the other elders, Yu Yangyu said with a smile. Eldest senior brother and senior brother Chu are both talents in charge of a region. There is no problem with the Medicine Valley, Night Sorrow said. So, you are not suitable for the position of Deputy Valley Master, the Great Elder said. Great Elder, you think too much. I don't care about this, so I won't take up the position. I won't do anything either. In short, I am a disciple of the Medicine Valley. Just don't kick me out of the Medicine Valley, Night Sorrow said. What are you thinking? We mean to let you enter the worship hall and be promoted to a Supreme Elder, Hua Yunping said. No, that won't do. Is there a supreme elder as young as me? I can't do that. I am a disciple of the Medicine Valley. Night Sorrow hurriedly waved his hand. Child, why can't you do it? You are young, but you are also a commander of the 9 regions, the great elder said helplessly as he looked at Night Sorrow. 13, don't refuse. You are the commander of the 2 commanderies. If you are just an ordinary disciple in the Medicine Valley, then the Medicine Valley will not be able to face other people's eyes, Yu Yangyu said. Okay, I will listen to Master's arrangement. Night Sorrow nodded. Since Yu Yangyu said so, he could no longer refuse. Well, isn't that it? The great elder said with a smile. There is one more thing. My clone has succeeded, so I plan to go to Danding Cliff to take the 8-Dragon Cauldron. I can only leave the 8-Dragon Cauldron's sub-body for the Medicine Valley. Night Sorrow stated his purpose for coming here. In the upcoming battle, he wanted to increase his combat strength as much as possible. Of course. The 8-Dragon Cauldron has recognized you as its master. You can do whatever you want with it. There is no need for discussion, the great elder said. More Night Sorrow chatted with the 3 elders of his sect for a while, then went to the Medicine Valley with Yu Yangyu. At the bottom of the Pill Cauldron Cliff, Yu Yangyu waited while Night Sorrow began to climb the cliff. In just a few breaths of time, Night Sorrow arrived at the bottom of the 8-Dragon Cauldron. The 8-Dragon Cauldron rotated and descended in front of Night Sorrow. Indomitable spirit, your cultivation speed is really fast, said the 8-Dragons Cauldron's artifact spirit. I've mastered my clone. This time, I'm here to take you away. Are you willing? Night Sorrow stated his intentions. Of course. I've been waiting for you for a long time, the 8-Dragon Cauldron said. The energy on Night Sorrow's body vibrated, and his soul avatar appeared beside him. An 8-star saint, and your soul avatar is also an 8-star saint. This is very good. This saint is coming. The 8-Dragon Cauldron rotated, then shrank and directly entered the Dantian of Night Sorrow's soul avatar. The 8-Dragon Cauldron already had Night Sorrow's soul power, so there was no need to refine it. It was already very compatible. At this time, the 8-Dragon Cauldron's secondary body rotated at the top of Pill Cauldron Cliff. Its energy continued to envelop Pill Cauldron Cliff, and it was almost unaffected. Night Sorrow and Yu Yangyu went to the Taixian Peak to sit down. Night Sorrow drank some wine with his senior brothers before returning to the entrance of the Nether Realm. These peaceful days, aside from cultivating, Night Sorrow also practiced his spear intent and familiarized himself with the 8-Dragon Cauldron's effects. The 8-Dragon Cauldron's strongest point was its defense. It could envelop Night Sorrow's avatar in battle, and it could also help its master recover. The 8-Dragon Cauldron had a medicinal spirit strength, and its main body could also smash enemies and capture their souls. It was very strong. That was the feeling the 8-Dragon Cauldron gave Night Sorrow, especially its defensive power. Night Sorrow could sense that even a high-level saint wouldn't be able to break through its defenses if he used his full strength. This greatly increased the strength of Night Sorrow's avatar. Night Sorrow wanted to fight 9E Nether King once, but he didn't have a chance to fight him alone. Night Sorrow didn't think about continuing to wreak havoc in the Nether Realm and waiting to be intercepted. 9E Nether King wouldn't go alone if he wanted to. Night Sorrow decided to stabilize himself first. Furthermore, 9E Nether King's cultivation wouldn't increase too much in a short period of time, and he could reach the peak of 9-star saint. There was still a lot of room for him to reach. Everyone had the same opinion about the current situation, and that was to let Night Sorrow stabilize himself first. 9E Nether King was strong, but they weren't afraid. Last time, when Night Sorrow fought with 9E Nether King, everyone knew that Night Sorrow had won. Another point was that Night Sorrow couldn't take the risk now. Mending the 9 regions world was the most important thing, and it wouldn't take too long. No matter who had problems, Night Sorrow couldn't have any problems. Night Sorrow was also very stable. Every day, he would quietly increase his strength, stabilize his cultivation, and ease his emotions. Seeing that Night Sorrow was stable, Long Xiansheng and the others felt at ease. They were afraid that Night Sorrow would act rashly. What they didn't know was that Night Sorrow viewed mending the Nine Regions world as more important than anyone else. If the Nine Regions world didn't attack, the Netherworld realm could only passively defend. Nine Nether King didn't dare to leave the command tent because she knew that if she left, Night Sorrow would appear. If she wasn't there, Night Sorrow's massacre would be a disaster for the Netherworld realm. Such a situation made Nine Nether King very passive. Her fastest cultivation location was the Netherworld Abyss. At the entrance of the Netherworld realm, she could only use the energy she had accumulated when she was stuck at a bottleneck to increase her cultivation. After calming his emotions for half a month, Night Sorrow kept all the people who should enter the Time-Space Pagoda. He entered the 79th floor of the Time-Space Pagoda and began to cultivate. There was a time acceleration of 9 times there, and it would allow him to increase his cultivation in the shortest time in the real world. While Night Sorrow was in seclusion, the others were also cultivating diligently. As for whether they could enter the Time-Space Pagoda to cultivate, no one cared because everyone knew that the Time-Space Pagoda consumed spirit stones. Night Sorrow was the one who provided the resources for others to cultivate. Nine Nether King also didn't know that Night Sorrow was in seclusion. She could only cultivate in the command tent of the Netherworld realm. Night Sorrow's cultivation was increasing rapidly. The energy on the 79th floor of the Time-Space Pagoda was too dense. As long as he refined it, the energy would be endless. Of course, he also gave Little Kong 300 peak-grade spirit stones. He wasn't the only one cultivating in the Time-Space Pagoda. The God-slaying team and his family members were all cultivating. Therefore, the Time-Space Pagoda needed spirit stones. Each seclusion lasted at most a year. In the outside world, it was only a little more than a month. Night Sorrow would go out and take a look at the Saint Hall. He would relax a little before continuing his cultivation. When Night Sorrow cultivated in the Time-Space Pagoda for 5 years, the fusion of the void fiendish space was nearing its end. This made him look forward to it. However, this didn't affect his cultivation. When Night Sorrow cultivated in the Time-Space Pagoda for 10 years and reached the 9-star Saint realm, the fusion of the void fiendish space was completed. You can read the rest of the chapter. Chapter 9:14. Night Sorrow exited the Pagoda of Time and Space. After greeting everyone he met, he teleported to the tunnel between the Supreme River Space and the Medicine Valley, returning to the Nine Realms world. Lan Shu, there was no need for Night Sorrow to go to the place where he entered the void space. With his soul power, the Void Fate Pearl directly broke through space and entered Night Sorrow's Divine Sea. The Void Fate Pearl in the Divine Sea made Night Sorrow feel very secure. It was like a part of his soul. At this time, Night Sorrow was also controlling the Heaven Sealing Hall clone to communicate with the Nine Realms origin. Knowing that Night Sorrow had finished refining the void space, the Nine Realms origin was very excited. It asked Night Sorrow to bring the Void Fate Pearl over. However, Night Sorrow had his own plans. He wanted to use the lava to destroy the ancient tree of the Netherworld in one go. Knowing Night Sorrow's decision, the Nine Realms origin supported it. It was important to win a realm war. The Nine Realms world had defeated the Profound Mysteries realm and the Supreme River Space. It had already gained a lot. Returning to the tunnel in the Nether realm, Night Sorrow didn't say anything to anyone. He passed through the formation and directly controlled the Void Fate Pearl to pour out a part of the lava. Although it was only a part, it surrounded all the ancient tree of the Netherworld. Surrounded by the lava, the ancient tree of the Netherworld squeaked. Only one ancient tree of the Netherworld moved out. The others were too slow and were burned to death. At this time, Hades' 9 Yin's main body and clone, 8 Hell King's clones, and 7 Fiends King all charged at Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow cut through the protective barrier and returned to the formation. He had just become a 9-star saint and his cultivation wasn't stable yet. He didn't want to fight anyone. 8 Hell King, 7 Fiends King, and Hades' 9 Yin's main body and clone were all peak saints. It was unrealistic to fight them head-on. After Night Sorrow left, Hades' 9 Yin's face turned green with anger. She used the power of laws to imprison Night Sorrow, but it was useless. Night Sorrow's spatial blade cut through it. 8 Hell King, how are you? Hades' 9 Yin asked when she saw 8 Hell King's pale face. The speed of the ancient nether tree is slow. Even if I moved at full speed, I would still be injured by the violent magma. All the other ancient nether trees were annihilated by the magma, said the 8th Hell King of the Nether Realm World's camp. In other words, the 9 Realms world could fight whenever they wanted. In the Nether Realm to camp could only to fight, and Nether Realm camp could only to defend. Of the Nether Realm camp was Nether. The flames that Night Sorrow poured out this time were the core flames of the lava lake that spanned tens of thousands of miles. It was more than 10 times more powerful than the flames that he had transported the previous few times. That was why it could instantly annihilate all the ancient Netherworld trees except for the 8 Hell Kings. Night Sorrow came out of the array with a smile on his face. After breaking the ancient tree of the Netherworld seal, he had the upper hand again. When they arrived at the command tent, Night Sorrow explained the situation to everyone. Beautiful. We can fight at any time now, Sky Underworld Saint said. Not yet. The commander has just become a 9-star saint. He needs to stabilize his cultivation. Now is not the best time to fight, Long Xianxing said. I still have some things to do. Let them be worried for a while. Everyone, don't worry. Aunt Fei, come with me. Night Sorrow nodded to Wu Lingfei and left the command tent. He then brought Wu Lingfei to the 60th floor of the Spacetime Pagoda. When they reached the 60th floor of the Spacetime Pagoda, Night Sorrow led Yang Lei and the others to the 60th floor as well. Then, he called Liang Yu, who was cultivating, over. Captain, what's going on? Liang Yu was currently cultivating. He was a 6-star venerable and the person with the highest cultivation base in the God-slaying squad. Aunt Fei, 9th senior sister, Liang Yu, the 3 of you possess the 9-domain world's core energy. Now, I'm going to complete the 9-domain world. Your core energy will be taken back by the 9-domain world's core energy. Although it'll leave you with core energy, it'll also cause you some harm, said Night Sorrow. Aunt Fei, it's fine. Wu Lingfei nodded. I've already grasped the fire attribute laws. My core energy being taken back won't affect me much. Liang Yu also nodded. I've also grasped the lightning attribute laws. My efforts over the past few years haven't been in vain, said Yang Lei with a smile. In that case, I won't wait any longer. Completing the 9-domain world and perfecting the 9-domain world's core energy is very important. If any of you wish to enter or leave the Spacetime Pagoda, just shout. The Spacetime Pagoda's artifact spirit will make the arrangements. Night Sorrow then left the Spacetime Pagoda and headed for the teleportation array at the bottom of Clear Sky City. After passing through the bottom of Clear Sky City, Night Sorrow directly flew to the Heaven Sealing Hall. At that moment, the 9-domain world's core energy clone was already waiting for Night Sorrow. Senior, please make the arrangements for completing the 9-domain world, said Night Sorrow. Follow me. The 9-domain world's core energy clone brought Night Sorrow through Clear Sky City and Clear Sky Mountain to the bottom of Clear Sky Mountain. Through the 9-domain world's spatial barrier, Night Sorrow could sense the void below and the berserk spatial turbulence. In a moment, control the Void Fate Pearl and place the Void Fiendish Space here. Then, do your best to enlarge it and squeeze it in all directions. Completely seal off the shattered region, said the 9-domain world's core energy clone to Night Sorrow. Alright. Is there anything else I need to take note of? Night Sorrow was very excited that he was about to complete the 9-domain world. Don't be in such a hurry. This is only the first step. After that, give the Void Fate Pearl to me. I will control the 9-domain world's core energy and fuse it. In the future, the Void Fate Pearl will be the 9-domain world's Void Fate Pearl, said the 9-domain world's core energy clone to Night Sorrow. Senior, this won't harm you, asked Night Sorrow. No. The void fiendish space is still immature. It doesn't have any intelligence. In the future, I will be the void fate pearl's intelligence, and you will be the master of the 9-domain world. You are the master of the void fate pearl. After the fusion, I will have to comply with your wishes, said the 9-domain world's core energy clone. I understand. I am from the 9-domain world. I will not harm the 9-domain world, said Night Sorrow. Of course I know that. The heavenly Tao recognizes you and allows you to be blessed with merit. This is not false. You may begin. Just follow my instructions, said the 9-domain world's core energy clone. Night Sorrow nodded. Using the law of nothingness to protect himself, he passed through the bottom of Clear Sky Mountain. Then, he controlled the void fate pearl to bring out the void fiendish space and fill it in the shattered region of the 9-domain world. The void fiendish space was larger than the shattered space of the 9-domain world. It directly filled the shattered region and then extended in all directions. At that moment, landslides and tsunamis occurred around Clear Sky City. The ground of the 9-domain world was being compressed and extended in all directions. The life forms of the 9-domain world could feel it. They all knew that the 9-domain world was changing. After filling it in, the void fiendish space was still complete. It was just that the space had shrunk a little, but it was more solid. Try becoming a god through all Daos for free. Chapter 9:15. As the shattered regions of the 9 zones world were filled up, the world stabilized. Destiny Origin Pearl. The 9 zones origin energy called out to Night Sorrow. Then, Night Sorrow activated his Destiny Origin Pearl and floated out of his deity ocean. Don't resist or repel it. The 9 zones origin energy entered the Destiny Origin Pearl. When the 9 realms origin energy entered the Void Destiny Pearl, Yishang had a different kind of enlightenment. He understood some of the 9 realms world situation and some information about it. In addition, Night Sorrow felt that his intimacy with the 9 zones world had greatly increased. This was not the end. Following that, a few rays of light flew from the horizon and entered the Destiny Origin Pearl above Night Sorrow's head. 9 zones origin. Night Sorrow knew that these were the 9 zones origin stones. Earth, water, wind, fire, darkness, lightning, space, time, life. 9 origin stones entered Yishang's ethereal fate pearl. Then, the 9 origin stones shattered and transformed into 9 streams of energy that swam around the ethereal fate pearl. These were the 9 zones origin pearls of the 9 zones world. After a while, Night Sorrow's Destiny Origin Pearl stabilized. At this time, the 9 zones origin energy told Night Sorrow that what followed was a fusion process. When the fusion was complete, the 9 zones world would be the embryonic form of a supreme world. As it developed and matured, it would become a world of supreme laws in the future. Other things that Night Sorrow did not understand, the 9 zones origin energy also explained to Night Sorrow. The 9 zones origin energy had told Night Sorrow that it had only nurtured one high-level origin, which was Dongxuan's life origin. Now, the time and space origin pearls had appeared. Space and time were the foundation of any world and space. However, the 9 zones origin pearls of space and time were very weak. They were only the embryonic form of existence. The 9 zones world had always been developing towards a world of life. It had the 7 normal attributes of earth, water, wind, fire, darkness, light, and lightning. With space and time as the foundation, and life as the core of development. But 10,000 years ago, the origin bead was shattered, and the light origin bead was taken away. As a result, the 9 regions world did not have a light attribute origin, and very few light attribute lifeforms appeared. Even if there were, they were extremely rare, and they were created by the light attribute energy that had been left behind in the past. This made Night Sorrow understand why his father was the only person with the light attribute after such a long time. S+X afterward, Night Sorrow also asked about how to solve the problem of the light origin energy in the future. The Nine Regions origin energy told Night Sorrow that the Nine Regions world was currently developing with the ultimate attribute as its core. As time passed, the light origin energy would naturally nurture the light origin energy. Night Sorrow felt at ease because the Nine Regions world had already been completed. All that was left was development, and as time went on, that would be the supreme world. As for the other 9 realms, they used the void space that Night Sorrow had refined as the core. With the void fate pearl fused with the origin, Night Sorrow naturally became the ruler of the 9 realms. In fact, even without the 9 regions origin energy telling him, Night Sorrow felt the same way. He could now control the energy of the 9 regions world, and he didn't even need to fight. He could use the energy of the 9 regions world to suppress some opponents. Even if the other party can break through the space barrier and enter, even if their cultivation is much higher than yours, they will still be at a disadvantage when fighting against you. So, even if the great slaughter calamity comes, there is nothing to fear, the 9 regions origin energy explained to Night Sorrow. Senior, I don't understand. Great slaughter calamities often occurred in the past, so why didn't you choose to become the ruler of the 9 regions world? Night Sorrow asked. The 9 regions origin body then explained a few of the reasons. In the past, the 9 regions world had wanted to develop into a high-level life attribute world, so it couldn't recognize cultivators of the ordinary attribute as their masters. After the life attribute was born, there were no high-level life forms with the life attribute. Wu Lingfei had also advanced with the water attribute, and if Night Sorrow hadn't obtained the life saint crystal, she wouldn't have been able to advance to the life attribute. The 9 regions origin energy's explanation allowed Night Sorrow to understand some things. It wasn't that the 9 regions world didn't want to change, but that it couldn't. While Night Sorrow was communicating with the 9 regions origin energy, the 9 regions world below them had completely stabilized. At that moment, a sky full of lightning appeared. It struck towards Night Sorrow's position. The lightning appeared out of nowhere, so it wasn't the lightning of the 9 regions world, but the Heavenly Tao's lightning. It was the Heavenly Tao's test of the 9 regions world's rebirth. Night Sorrow controlled the nihility principle and the 9 regions world's energy to block it. As the lightning tribulation descended, its power grew weaker and weaker until it was almost negligible in front of Night Sorrow. The lightning tribulation came wave after wave, and there were 9 waves. However, the power was the same, and the damage wasn't very great. This is the rebirth lightning tribulation, the purple flame lightning tribulation. It has the power of rebirth, which is a good thing. The 9 regions origin energy's voice sounded in Night Sorrow's mind. Now, it was much easier for him to communicate with Night Sorrow than before. Night Sorrow asked if there would be any problems if he took the Nihility Fate Pearl, or rather, the 9 regions origin pearl, and left the core of the 9 regions world's clear sky city. The 9 regions origin Qi told Yi Shang that the 9 regions origin Qi could leave behind a secondary body and Yi Shang's clone in the Heaven Sealing Hall to guard this place. There would be no problems here. Even if a saint ruler wanted to destroy this place, they would still be crushed. Then, Night Sorrow took back the 9 regions origin pearl and left the Clear Sky City. When they arrived at Clear Sky City, Yi Shan sensed the location of the Supreme Creek origin source. However, he still didn't understand why the 9-realm origin source energy body didn't want anyone else to refine the Supreme Creek origin source energy. As if it sensed Night Sorrow's thoughts, the 9 regions origin energy told Night Sorrow that it didn't want others to refine the Supreme River Space origin because it didn't want to hinder the development of the 9 regions world. Right now, the Supreme River Space was a subsidiary world of the 9 regions world. Its development was closely related to the 9 regions world. In addition, the appearance of the Space World Lord would also affect Night Sorrow. After thinking about it, Night Sorrow understood the reason. Before, he wanted to find the Supreme River Space origin and give it to Guan Yi or Qin Zhen. Now, he could only give up. Personal benefits couldn't be greater than the 9 regions world. In addition, Night Sorrow also discovered that he could control the Supreme River Space's energy, but it wasn't as effective as it was in the 9 regions world. Night Sorrow knew the reason. The Supreme River Space was a subsidiary world, but the 9 regions origin pearl couldn't contain the origin there. With the 9 regions origin, Night Sorrow easily found the location of the Supreme River Space's death origin. It was still hidden in the Death Lake. As Night Sorrow controlled the 9 regions origin pearl, the death origin stone appeared. Then, it approached Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow collected a wisp of origin chi and put it into his 9 regions origin pearl. The origin stone was the embryonic form of a space world's origin. It would only evolve into an origin pearl after it had a foundation. The Supreme River Space had only been formed recently, so it couldn't withstand the 9 regions origin pearl's suppression even though it was in the form of an origin stone. Moreover, it was a subsidiary origin now, so it couldn't resist the will of the 9 regions world's origin. It was free to read, becoming a god with all Tao, right away. Chapter 9:16. After collecting a strand of the Supreme River Space's origin energy, Night Sorrow returned it to the Lake of Death, allowing it to develop on its own. A basket of books. At the same time, Night Sorrow learned that the 9-domain origin bead was becoming more and more complete. This was because the 9-domain origin bead now had the laws of life, death, space, and time. In other words, the 9-domain origin bead would be able to give birth to high-grade lifeforms with these attributes. As for giving birth to supreme nothingness lifeforms, the chances were very low. After Yi Shang returned to the entrance of the Netherworld spatial passageway, everyone who saw Yi Shang felt a kind of suppression, a kind of innate suppression. No matter who it was, they could all feel it, especially those who were born in the 9 domains world. However, Night Sorrow also felt a kind of rejection from the Netherworld's origin energy. It was normal for the Netherworld to reject the ruler of another world. After checking that everything was normal, Night Sorrow returned to the command tent. The others followed him in. Let me tell everyone a piece of good news. The 9-domain world has been repaired and is currently in the process of recovery and development. After a period of time, the 9-domain world will no longer be a place that any spatial world can casually invade. Anyone who dares to invade will die. Night Sorrow announced to everyone. Hearing Night Sorrow's words, everyone became excited. This meant that they would have a stable backing. The 9-domain world was stable. Don't worry, everyone from the Profound Mysteries realm. The Profound Mysteries realm will be fine. The Supreme River Space and the Profound Mysteries realm are subsidiary worlds of the 9-domain world. You could say that these 2 worlds are protected by the laws of the 9-domain world. Take the 9-Een underworld monarch for example. If she dares to enter the Supreme River Space, I can kill her, Yi Shang said. She's a holy king. Can you kill her? Jun Xuanji asked. I won't hide it from you. Right now, I have the 9-domain origin, so I'm the ruler of the 9-domain world. In other words, within the 9-domain world's laws, let alone a 1-star holy king, I can even fight someone of a higher level, Night Sorrow said. Night Sorrow said. There was no need to hide this from others. It could be said that the life forms of the 9-domain world, the Profound Mysteries realm, and the Supreme River Space could not harm Night Sorrow. It could even be said that as long as they had the intention to harm him, Night Sorrow would feel it. That's great. In other words, we now have the ability to deal with and contend against the calamity that will befall us in the next 10,000 years. Long Xianqing said excitedly. Then don't stay here. Go to the Supreme River Space and set up a camp there. That's the safest way, Xian Wenxiu said. Under normal circumstances, a world lord would not easily enter another world. There is almost no danger of dying in their own world. However, if they were to encounter a world lord in another world, there would be danger. However, it does not matter. The Nether Realm does not have a world lord. The strongest is the 9-Een Hell King. Night Sorrow said with a smile. After listening to Night Sorrow's words, everyone nodded. Currently, the cultivators in the Nether Realm did not pose much of a threat to Night Sorrow. Everyone, continue to guard this place. I still have some things to do. Night Sorrow stood up. Although it was important to resolve the matter in the Nether Realm, the most important thing was that Yi Shang had to make a trip to the Profound Mysteries Realm to collect the Profound Mysteries Realm's world origin energy. Only then could the 9 regions' world's laws spread to the Profound Mysteries Realm and protect it. Night Sorrow sat on the teleportation array and was transported to the Profound World. After entering the Profound Mysteries Realm, Night Sorrow found the direction of the world origin Chi. Night Sorrow used the teleportation array twice and flew for a few hours before arriving at a huge lake. Night Sorrow controlled the 9 domain origin beads to draw out the Profound Mysteries Realm's origin Chi. Then, he collected a strand of the Profound Mysteries Realm's origin Chi and released the Profound Mysteries Realm's origin Chi. After accommodating the Profound Mysteries Realm's origin Chi, the world law of the Profound Mysteries Realm changed. In the past, the Profound Mysteries Realm was a space of the wind attribute. The world law was also ordinary. This was also the reason why the 9 domain worlds' origin Chi did not suppress each other when the 9 domain worlds' origin Chi shattered. The world law was of a low level. However, this was not the case now. Just like the 9 domain world, it had the protection of the supreme law. Of course, this supreme law was not mature because the 9 domain world's origin Chi was still in the process of merging and growing. After collecting the Profound Mysteries Realm's origin Chi, Night Sorrow returned to the 9 domain world. Night Sorrow felt very at ease. The 9 domain world was safe now. Even if the space was connected to the 9 domain world, the other party could not come in just because they wanted to. After walking around the 9 domain world, Night Sorrow felt a wave of hostility when he arrived at the Qingtian domain. Night Sorrow was very sensitive to this kind of hostile aura. He followed this aura and chased it to a mountain range some distance away from Qingtian city. After entering the mountain range and flying for some distance, Night Sorrow discovered the source of the hostility. It was Ji Yu Haitian. Normally, Night Sorrow would not have discovered Ji Yu Haitian's cultivation so easily. However, after learning of Night Sorrow's identity and status in the 9 domain world, Ji Yu Haitian cursed in dissatisfaction. This made Night Sorrow sense it. Ji Yu Haitian, who was only an intermediate saint and had an ordinary attribute, did not stand a chance against Night Sorrow. He was killed by Night Sorrow in 2 moves. After collecting Ji Yu Haitian's storage ring, Night Sorrow returned to the spatial channel of the Nether Realm. However, at this time, Night Sorrow's tent and command tent were moved to the Supreme River domain. This was the idea of Long Xiansheng, Xian Wenxiu, and the others. That was to say, Night Sorrow's safety was the #1 priority. Setting up a command tent in the Supreme River domain would increase his safety by a lot. Pia Night Sorrow did not object to such a situation. After all, it was for his own good. After sitting down, Night Sorrow explained the situation to the people of the Profound Mysteries Realm. After a while, the 9 domain world's origin Chi would calm down and they would be able to go through with the certification. Commander, you are now the ruler of the 9 domain world. The Supreme River domain is also under your control. If you can't do it, let the people of the Nether Realm in and kill them, Xia Lanjun said. Xia Lanjun said. Her attitude towards Yi Shang was very different from before. Her words were filled with respect. Firstly, it was because Night Sorrow's cultivation was very high. He was already a 9-star saint, 2 levels higher than her. Secondly, Night Sorrow's light of virtue lingered behind his head. No one could not disrespect him even if they wanted to. Most importantly, Night Sorrow was the ruler of the 9 domain world. He had the ability to suppress all life forms in the 9 domain world. There is no hurry. How about this, I will go into seclusion and cultivate for a while. When I reach the peak of the Saint Realm, we will talk about how to fight. I don't want to deal with them now, Night Sorrow said. After Night Sorrow finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Only Night Sorrow could say that he did not want to deal with them. However, Night Sorrow had the strength to say this now. One's state of mind determined one's vision. Not everyone could understand Night Sorrow's current state of mind. After chatting with everyone for a while and drinking tea with his parents, Night Sorrow entered the Spacetime Pagoda and began to cultivate in seclusion. He had a lot of room for improvement now. As for the 9 Hades King's strength, he was not worried because he would not be able to improve as fast as him in a short period of time. He wanted to read Becoming a God by Myriad Tao for free. Chapter 9:17. As Night Sorrow cultivated, the 9-domain world changed again. The recombined parts slowly merged together. Blue, the space-time pagoda provided Night Sorrow with a huge amount of pure energy, assisting Night Sorrow in his cultivation. However, Night Sorrow did not cultivate endlessly. After cultivating for a few months, Night Sorrow left the space-time pagoda for a walk. The 9-domain world's origin had already been recombined. The 9-domain world's origin energy body showed Night Sorrow the world from his perspective. Night Sorrow discovered that there were many worlds around the 9-domain world. They were all like bubbles. They were the barriers between the space worlds. Night Sorrow discovered that there were many space worlds around the 9-domain world. The Profound Mysteries Realm, Supreme River Space and Nether Realm were closer. The Supreme River Space was the link between the 9-domain world and the Profound Mysteries Realm. There was another huge world above these space worlds. And, all the other Steal Our Edition, the 9-domain world's origin energy body told Night Sorrow that it was the Profound Sky World. It was a completely mature world. Space worlds had lifespans and were constantly growing. If they were not damaged or destroyed, their lifespans would be very long. Only a few 100,000 years had passed since the 9-domain world was formed. However, the Profound Sky World had tens of millions of years of development. Feeling the scene transmitted by the 9-domain world's origin energy body, Night Sorrow felt a strong sense of rejection and disgust towards the Profound Sky World. He had the urge to kill his way in. It could be said that the Profound Sky World had always enslaved the 9-domain world. As a life form of the 9-domain world, as the master of the 9-domain world, Night Sorrow felt humiliated. Furthermore, there was the blood feud of the Night family in the Profound Sky World. I will remember the thoughts of the ancestors. If they dare to come again, I will kill them all. Night Sorrow said with clenched fists. Your current strength is not enough. Do you know what the 2 people you killed in the space below the 9-domain world were at their peak? They were at the peak of the Saint King realm, half a step into the Undying realm. In other words, you can fight against a normal Saint King realm opponent, but you are still lacking against a peak Saint King realm opponent. The 9-domain world's origin energy body said to Night Sorrow. Then I'll work hard. Night Sorrow nodded. Originally, the 9 regions origin body didn't know much about this. It was just some general knowledge that he had learned from interacting with Yi Qianhua in the past 10,000 years. My ancestor has regrets in his heart. I will make up for it. Watching my ancestor disappear before my eyes is also my regret. Thinking of Yi Qianhua, Night Sorrow also felt a little emotional. Don't have any regrets in your heart. The Clear Sky Saint King did not actually disappear. He has already reincarnated. However, this time, his soul was too severely injured. I don't know what level of cultivation he has to reach before he can awaken his memories. The 9-region origin body communicated with Night Sorrow. Hearing this news, Night Sorrow was stunned for a moment because it was very shocking to him. In Night Sorrow's heart, vengeance could be slowly avenged and resolved. Staying alive was the most important thing. In addition, Night Sorrow also knew that if a high-level cultivator had a complete soul and chose to reincarnate, it would be very easy for them to regain their memories. However, if the soul was incomplete, it would be much more difficult. The 9 regions origin body told Night Sorrow that Yi Qianhua had his own path and there was no need to look for him. He would definitely awaken his memories. Knowing that Yi Qianhua was still in the world, Night Sorrow felt a lot more at ease. Walking in the 9 regions world's camp, Night Sorrow also resolved another worry. The 9 regions world's war had been ongoing. As the 9 regions world's second strongest force, the assassination hall had not made any moves. This made him feel very uncomfortable. However, at this time, Night Sorrow discovered that there were some people in each camp of the 9 regions world. They had connections with each other. After investigating, Night Sorrow confirmed that they were members of the Assassination Hall. After thinking for a moment, Night Sorrow smiled. He could understand the situation. The Assassination Hall was an assassin organization. Naturally, they couldn't reveal their identity. When the 9 regions world needed them, it would be fine as long as they could help. As his soul power enveloped the area, Night Sorrow discovered the leader of the Deathly Division. Night Sorrow was very surprised to see the leader of the Assassination Hall. It was actually the Yun dynasty's monarch, Yun Tianlong. The main members of the Assassination Hall, as well as a few elders, were all in the Yun dynasty's camp. Although he had discovered them, Night Sorrow didn't plan to ask. The Assassination Hall was an assassin organization, but it was not without principles. The price for killing evil people was very low, but the price for killing innocent people was also sky high. Moreover, a good person would not be assassinated for no reason. Furthermore, he had been involved in a dispute. There must be a reason for his existence. Walking out of the 9 regions world's camp, Night Sorrow took the teleportation array and arrived at the Saint Hall. At this time, Night Sorrow's aura was restrained. He was just like an ordinary person. When he walked on the street, people would only think that this youth was very handsome and energetic. In the Saint Hall, Night Sorrow accompanied the children to cultivate. Night Sorrow was very happy. Night Sorrow wasn't good at teaching others to cultivate, but he would share his understanding and cultivation experience with the children. In fact, that was enough. The children in the Saint Hall were very clingy to Night Sorrow. With Night Sorrow around, they were also very enthusiastic about their cultivation. The children are very good. At the very least, their mentality is very healthy. The pain caused by the war no longer exists. They are now adopted by the people of Dongxian City. It can be said that they have their own family, Tai Shu Yen said. Whose idea was this? It's very good, Night Sorrow said with a smile. My idea is not bad. Although the main focus isn't here now, I haven't completely let go of it, Jun Xuanji said as he walked over. Well done. These children need to be nurtured. The war destroyed their past, so give them a perfect future, Night Sorrow said. Night Sorrow's words were orders. All Tai Shu Yen and Jun Xuanji needed to do was to carry them out. After that, Yi Shang met up with his senior brothers and had a drink together. Others felt pressure in front of Night Sorrow, but Gong Xian, Shi Tianlin, and Mo Chen didn't. First of all, they had a deep relationship with each other. Moreover, they hadn't reached the Saint Realm yet. They were all at the peak of the 5th stage. They didn't know how strong Night Sorrow was, so they couldn't understand the pressure other saints and sovereigns felt in front of Night Sorrow. 13th junior brother, you are too busy. Even if you are the commander of the 9 regions, you don't need to be so busy. You can arrange things and let others do it, Shi Tianlin said. 8th junior brother, don't you know 13th junior brother? He either doesn't do it or does it well. Without a sense of responsibility, how can he be a commander of the 9 regions? Gong Xian glanced at Shi Tianlin and said. I don't care what kind of commander 13th junior brother is. It's just that I haven't drunk with 13th junior brother in a long time, and I'm very unhappy, Shi Tianlin said. This is junior brother's fault. In the future, I will try my best to find time to drink with senior brothers, Night Sorrow said with a smile. After drinking, Night Sorrow left. He came out to take a breather and walk around. He still had to work hard to cultivate. After sending off Night Sorrow, Gong Xian brought his junior brothers to the martial arts practice field. Gong Xian had a lot of things to take care of. Shi Tianlin and the others still had to guide the children in their cultivation. Eldest senior brother, what is 13th junior brother's cultivation now? It's too frustrating that we can't see it clearly, Mo Chen said when they arrived at the martial arts practice field. You still want to see my Saint Realm cultivation clearly? You can't even see it clearly, Jun Xuanji said as he looked at Mo Chen. You can read Myriad Tao Ascension for free. Chapter 9:18. Haha, there are only a few people who can see the Commander-in-Chief's cultivation. Don't you know that the Commander-in-Chief is the most powerful person in the 9 regions world? Taishu Yan looked at Gong Xian and the others and asked. What do you mean by the most powerful person? Don't we have many high-level saints in the 9 regions world camp? Shi Tianlin asked. You're all thinking about the child and don't ask about these things. The Commander-in-Chief is a 9-star saint and his combat strength is the strongest in the 9 regions world camp, including the cultivators of the Profound Mysteries realm. He even killed the Holy King of the Nether realm, Jun Xuanji said. Jun Xuanji's words stunned Gong Xian and the others. They had not reached the Venerable realm and the Saint realm was even further away. They did not understand the level of the Saint realm. Knight Sorrow went to Zhuyuan City again. After drinking and chatting with Uncle Niu and the others, he strolled around Zhuyuan City and then saw Chen Chen. Chen Chen opened a small tea house and was the boss. Chen Chen saw Knight Sorrow standing in front of the tea house. Come in and sit down. Seeing Knight Sorrow, Chen Chen was stunned for a moment and then greeted him. Looking at Chen Chen who had a beard, Knight Sorrow was a little surprised because Chen Chen's breath was very stable and he did not seem as excited as when he saw his enemy. Knight Sorrow nodded and walked into the tea house. This is my wife. Come and meet her. This is Knight Sorrow, the deputy master of the Medicine Valley. Chen Chen called to a woman with a child. The woman with the child came over to greet Knight Sorrow. Knight Sorrow looked at the child, held him for a while, and then handed him to Chen Chen's wife. Fortunately, you're very calm now. This kind of life is actually very suitable for you, Knight Sorrow said. With the 9 regions origin, he could feel that Chen Chen's calmness was not fake. After marrying a wife, especially after having a son, I've gained some insights. I've taken a detour and returned to my original path of life. Marrying a wife, having children, and taking care of my family, this is my life. Chen Chen nodded. If there is no hatred in your heart, life will naturally be easy. Seeing you like this, I am still very happy, whether you believe it or not, Knight Sorrow said. Of course I believe you. I know you quite well. When you see Father Gu, please apologize on my behalf. I was blinded by greed back then. Chen Chen sighed and said. I'll leave this matter to you. When old Gu's father comes back, apologize. You'll feel at ease. Let bygones be bygones. Knight Sorrow stood up after saying that. Walking out of Chen Chen's tea house, Knight Sorrow felt much better. Chen Chen's current situation was actually the best ending. I don't want to be called Chen Yun. It doesn't sound good. My name is Qian Hua. The child held by Chen Chen shouted. 8 others are all pirated. This shout made Yi Shang stop in his tracks. Yi Shang was deeply moved by the name of Qian Hua. Knight Sorrow entered the tea house again. Chen Chen, when this child grows up, send him to Medicine Valley or Dongxian City. He should have a different life. I don't want him to become a cultivator. Just be an ordinary person. Chen Chen shook his head. No, you don't understand. He's not destined to be an ordinary person. In a few years, I'll send someone to pick him up. Knight Sorrow said and then left Chen Chen's tea house. At this time, he was almost certain of one thing, that the child was not ordinary. Looking at Knight Sorrow's back as he walked on the street, Chen Chen fell into deep thought. Knight Sorrow's words conflicted greatly with his original decision, but he understood that as long as Knight Sorrow supported him, the child would indeed have a different life. Gong Xian and the others had been teaching the child and did not know much about some things, but Chen Chen knew a lot. He ran a tea house and many cultivators came to the tea house every day. The cultivators talked and most of the time, they talked about Knight Sorrow, so Chen Chen knew about Knight Sorrow's current identity and status. Knight Sorrow walked on the street, the child's figure still in his mind. You still found out. The voice of the 9 domains origin body sounded in Knight Sorrow's mind. It seems that my judgment was right. Night Sorrow communicated with the Nine Domains origin body. The Nine Domains origin body did not speak again. After returning to the spatial passage, Night Sorrow went to Yi Wuyo and his wife's tent. "Son, you're back after a round." Yu Qing nodded to her son and got up to make tea. "Father, I have something that I need Night Moon to do," Night Sorrow said. "Okay, go ahead." Yi Wuyo nodded. "Send 2 Night Moon's venerables to Zhuyuan City to protect a family named Qin Chen, especially the child in their family. This is very important to our Night Moon dynasty." "There must be no mistakes," Night Sorrow said. "Qin Chen, isn't he the one who harmed you?" Yu Qing was stunned for a moment and said. "Why are you saying so much? There must be a reason for our son to do this." Yi Wuyo glanced at his wife and said. "Father, Mother, this matter is very important. I have a reason for making this arrangement." Night Sorrow said. As for the reason, he did not want to say it. Yi Wuyo and Yu Qing nodded. Yu Qing was surprised to hear Qin Chen's name, but then she understood that Night Sorrow would not make such arrangements for no reason. After drinking tea with his parents and chatting with Wu Lingfei for a while, Night Sorrow passed through the spatial passage and checked the situation outside the array. Nine Dark King was still cultivating in the tent. This let Night Sorrow know that the tense atmosphere was still in the nether realm. They did not dare to relax. While Night Sorrow was investigating, Nine Dark King also opened her eyes. She was now in the Saint King realm and was very sensitive to auras. She could naturally sense Night Sorrow's investigation. When Nine Dark King walked out of the command tent, Night Sorrow had already left the array. Nine Dark King, what's going on? 8 Hell Kings and 7 Fiends King came to Nine Dark King's side. 9 Domain Commander Night Sorrow just appeared. He's already a 9-star saint and his aura is very strong. When he was an 8-star saint, he was not at a disadvantage when fighting this king. Now that he's a 9-star saint, why didn't he fight? Nine Dark King asked. That's not a good thing. He's not in a hurry and isn't afraid of stalling for time. That means he's certain that there's something we don't know, 8 Hell King said. Yes, he's a cultivation genius. He's already a 9-star saint, but there's still room for improvement. That's why he chose to fight in his strongest state for a short period of time. Moreover, he's certain that his improvement will be greater than this king's. Nine Dark King narrowed his eyes as he looked at the array at the spatial passage. 8 Hell Kings and 7 Fiends King were also somewhat helpless. The situation was too passive. The 9 Domain World side had taken the initiative with just one array. This king can't break the array either. It's a combination of 2 Grandmaster composite arrays. This king can break one of them, but this king has searched through all the ancient records on array formations. There's no record of it, said Nine Dark King. But if we don't solve the array formation, we'll always be passive, said 7 Fiends King. Try the Violent Godworm. See if it can blow up the array formation, said 8 Hell King. That'll also cause us great damage, said 7 Fiends King. If we break the array, Nine Dark King will be able to kill them all and change the situation. We'll have to endure the losses, said 8 Hell King. Download Myriad Daos Become Gods for free. Chapter 919. The Violent God-Worm was a very domineering creature in the Nether Realm. Other creatures had to avoid it because it had an unyielding temperament. It would drill into the body of other creatures and devour their blood essence. After devouring, it would self-destruct. It was very powerful. Blue, let's do it this way. 7 Fiends King, go to the army and find 50 high-level venerables to bring back the Violent God-Worms. Nine King thought for a moment and said. 50 venerables, but we will lose the foundation of the Nether Realm. 7 Fiends King hesitated. There's no other way. This king doesn't want to see such a loss. But if we don't deal with this formation, we will become more and more passive. Also, we can't be sure if the bottleneck of the Saint King realm will be blocked by Night Sorrow. This king's bone age is only a little over 30. This is too terrifying. Nine King said. Seven Fiends King nodded and went to make the arrangements. After everything was settled, Night Sorrow returned to the Spacetime Pagoda to cultivate. Everything in the 9 regions world was proceeding in an orderly manner. Yi Wuyo arranged for 2 venerables of Night Moon to go to Zhuyuan City to protect Qin Chen's family. In fact, the Medicine Valley was very harmonious now. Generally, there were very few conflicts between cultivators. Night Sorrow made such arrangements because he was worried that something might go wrong. As time passed, Night Sorrow's cultivation increased steadily. The Heavenly Fate Pearl of Nihility had evolved into the 9 regions Origin Pearl, which was compatible with Night Sorrow's life source. It gave him some insights and improved his state of mind a lot. On this day, Yun Tianlong, Long Xiansheng, and the others were drinking tea in the command tent of the Nether Realm at the entrance of the space passage. Then, there was a series of explosions in the formation. Then, the formation began to loosen. The formation is about to be broken. Inform the commander. Everyone else, retreat to the entrance of the space passage. Long Xiansheng looked at the unstable formation and shouted. Yun Tianlong was the deputy commander. He had Night Sorrow's communication crystal in his hand. He directly crushed it and then led some people stationed at the entrance of the space passage to the Supreme River space. Sensing that the communication crystal had cracked, Night Sorrow, who had already cultivated to mid-9-star Saint, flashed out of the Spacetime Pagoda. Commander, the array outside the spatial passageway is loosening. It's about to be broken. Yun Tianlong reported the situation when he saw Night Sorrow appear. It doesn't matter if it's broken. Everyone within 10 miles of the spatial tunnel, retreat 10 miles away. Then, attack that ancient tree and activate the second formation. Night Sorrow instructed as he entered the spatial passageway and arrived at the Netherworld. He wanted to see how the Heavenly Cycle Grand Array and the 1000 Derivation Illusory Formation were broken. Night Sorrow arrived in front of the array formation, and it just so happened to be the Netherworld realm. In the end, the 5 supremacies whose bodies were filled with violent divine worms charged into the array formation and self-destructed. Too strong. Night Sorrow couldn't help but say that the self-destruction of these supremacies from the Netherworld realm was too violent. The array formation had already been destroyed. The main thing was that they didn't give the array foundation Spirit Stone enough time to maintain the stability of the array formation. Since the array formation had already been broken, Night Sorrow didn't hesitate and directly left the spatial passageway. He had to stabilize the situation first. Besides, it didn't matter to him if the array formation was broken. As long as the 9 Dark King and the others entered the Supreme River space, it was equivalent to entering his home ground. At this time, Yun Tianlong had already activated the 1000 Derivation Killing Array. Everyone was stationed outside the array formation. Long Xiansheng, Sky Underworld Saint, Shang Luo, and Xia Lanjun stood in front of the array formation. Xian Wenxiu stayed in the Saint Hall and didn't come over. However, someone had already informed him. Night Sorrow was very satisfied with this reaction speed. He then returned to the spatial passageway to check on the situation. When Night Sorrow returned to the spatial passageway, the 9 Dark King and the others had already led their people through the array formation and were approaching the spatial passageway. Seeing Night Sorrow appear, the 9 Dark King waved his battle blade and charged towards Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow didn't fight and directly retreated into the spatial passageway. He wanted to see what kind of methods the other party had to send supremacies to self-destruct the 1000 Derivation Killing Array. In the Netherworld realm, if those supremacies wanted to self-destruct, Night Sorrow really couldn't do anything. Because the laws of the Netherworld realm rejected him, he didn't have any good methods. However, it was different in the Supreme River space. After Night Sorrow took away a strand of the origin chi of the Supreme River space, this place was completely a subsidiary space of the 9-domain world. It was Night Sorrow's home ground. Night Sorrow was the ruler of the 9-domain world. In addition to his strength as a 9-star saint, it was very easy for him to suppress supremacies. the Supremacies didn't even have the chance to self-destruct. Moreover, Night Sorrow knew that the Netherworld realm was the one who was anxious. This was because the Netherworld realm was worried that Night Sorrow would continue to set up the array formation and cancel out the effects of their array formation. More seeing Night Sorrow retreat, Dark King Nine didn't lead her people to attack. This was because she knew that Night Sorrow was proficient in battle planning. It was impossible that he didn't have a backup plan just because one array formation was broken. Everyone else, stabilize the camp. 8 Hell Kings, 7 Fiend King, and this king will go in and kill, Dark King Nine shouted. Although she was worried about an ambush, Dark King Nine had to disrupt Night Sorrow's formation. She was afraid that Night Sorrow would continue to set up the array formation. In addition, she was a Saint King. She wasn't afraid of some dangers that targeted her. Even if there was an array formation, she could still retreat carefully. When Dark King Nine rushed to the spatial passageway, her body was greatly obstructed. It could even be said that 8 Hell Kings and 7 Fiend King couldn't charge forward. Dark King Nine waved her sleeve and wrapped the two of them into the spatial passageway. After rushing out of the spatial passageway and seeing Night Sorrow, Dark King Nine shouted to 8 Hell Kings and 7 Fiend King, block the others and buy some time for this king. After giving the order, Dark King Nine's body flashed. Her original body and avatar charged towards Night Sorrow. She now felt that Night Sorrow was a threat. Getting rid of Night Sorrow was the most important thing. The energy in Night Sorrow's body surged. His avatar holding the space-splitting spear also appeared beside him. The 8-dragon cauldron was already protecting the avatar. Night Sorrow knew that this would be the strongest battle in his cultivation life. At this time, Dark King Nine's cultivation was close to the peak of 1-star Saint King late stage. The avatar had 70% of the original body's strength. That was also very terrifying. When Long Xiansheng and the others were about to support Night Sorrow, 8 Hell Kings and 7 Fiend King also moved. The energy in 8 Hell King's body surged. The ancient hell tree with a human face appeared. That was his original body. Then, he and 7 Fiend King blocked Long Xiansheng and the others. Seeing that the Netherworld ancient tree was releasing the Netherworld poison gas, Long Xiansheng immediately used his chaotic space. 8 Hell King's original body's movement speed was slow. Thus, he was trapped by Long Xiansheng's chaotic space. Sky Underworld Saint fought with 7 Fiend King. Shang Luo and Xia Lanjun suppressed 8 Hell King's avatar. Sky Underworld Saint's strength was slightly weaker than 7 Fiend King. Although he was suppressed by 7 Fiend King, he would not be defeated in a short period of time. However, 8 Hell King's avatar was in danger. His avatar only had 70% of the original body's strength. Being attacked by Shang Luo and Xia Lanjun together, he was immediately in danger. Night Sorrow brought his avatar and fought with 9 King's original body and avatar. As the battle started, 9 King's face turned ugly. Download Myriad Dao Ascension for free. Chapter 920. As soon as the battle started, Dark Monarch 9 felt suppressed. It was the suppression of the space origin energy, which made her very uncomfortable. Her strength was also suppressed by 20%. Night Sorrow's clone had 90% of his strength. In addition, he had the mid-grade sacred treasure, the Dragon Cauldron, and the high-grade sacred treasure, the Space Splitter Spear, which had extremely strong attack power. He directly suppressed Dark Monarch 9's soul clone. As for the battle between the main body, Dark Monarch 9 was also at a disadvantage. Night Sorrow could control the laws of heaven and earth to suppress her, making her unable to use her strength. On the other hand, Night Sorrow's speed had reached an extreme level. The 9-domain origin pearl in Night Sorrow's spirit sea contained the Supreme River's space origin energy. Therefore, the Supreme River's space was compatible with him. The resistance of Night Sorrow's body was much smaller. Dark Monarch 9 roared as she was continuously sent flying by Night Sorrow's reincarnation spear. You're really ruthless to be recognized by the Supreme River's space origin. Don't talk about this. It's meaningless. Today, let's settle this between the nine-domain world and the netherworld realm. Night Sorrow kept attacking with his spear, suppressing Dark Monarch 9 step by step. As the battle continued, the sound of energy colliding continuously rang out. Dark Monarch 9 became more and more passive. Her cultivation was profound, and her true energy was much more vigorous than Night Sorrow's. However, Night Sorrow's body was tyrannical. His body alone was comparable to a peak saint. When his true energy and body energy combined, Dark Monarch 9 was no match for him. Dark Monarch 9 did not want to be at a disadvantage in a head-on clash. However, she was not as fast as Night Sorrow. If she did not fight head-on, Night Sorrow's reincarnation spear would make countless holes in her body. At this moment, outside the 1000 amplification killing array, Xian Wenxiu was anxiously pacing back and forth. Besides Night Sorrow, no one else could enter the 1000 amplification killing array. Xian Wenxiu had rushed over, but he could not help. Just as Xian Wenxiu was getting anxious, Night Sorrow's voice sounded, "Sage Xian, follow the energy fluctuations of the array and move forward." 9 Dark King couldn't know what was going on behind the array, but Night Sorrow could. When Xian Wenxiu arrived at Night Sorrow, Xian Wenxiu had already known. Therefore, 9 Dark King guided Xian Wenxiu through sound transmission while controlling the array's energy fluctuation with his soul power. Seeing Xian Wenxiu rushing towards him, Night Sorrow shouted, "Cooperate with Long Xiansheng and kill the opponent." Whether it was Night Sorrow's original body or his doppelganger, they both had the upper hand. Even if he was at a disadvantage, Xian Wenxiu would not be of much help. On the other hand, if Xian Wenxiu was attacked by the 9 Pluto, he would be in trouble. At this time, Xian Wenxiu also understood the situation and took on Heavenly Underworld Saint's opponent, 7 Fiends King. Heavenly Underworld Saint went to Long Xuanqing's side and continuously shot out sword chi into the chaotic space, attacking the Netherworld ancient tree that had fused with Hell King's true body. With the addition of Xian Wenxiu, the various groups of the 9 regions world had the absolute upper hand. Victory was only a matter of time. Hell King's original body was getting weaker and weaker. After being attacked by Long Xuanqing's chaotic space, his energy was greatly depleted. Coupled with Heavenly Underworld Saint's sword chi attacks, he could not hold on any longer. He constantly let out terrifying roars and struggled violently. However, he was still unable to break free from Long Xuanqing's chaotic space control. Hell King's doppelganger was also injured. Shang Luo and Xia Lanjun attacked together, and his doppelganger, which only had 70% of his original body's strength, could not hold on any longer. 9 Pluto's original body was slightly better. Although he was in a sorry state, he could still protect himself temporarily. However, his doppelganger could not. 9 Pluto's original body was not as strong as Night Sorrow's original body, but the difference was not huge. However, her doppelganger only had 70% of the original body's strength while Night Sorrow's doppelganger had 90% of the original body's strength. The difference was very obvious. In addition, Night Sorrow's doppelganger had 2 saint treasures. With the Dragon Cauldron's protection, he did not need to worry about defense. Her doppelganger could not hold on any longer and was about to be killed. This made 9 Pluto's original body anxious. She wanted to help her doppelganger. Even if it was a 2-on-2 battle, she was willing to help. However, this was only her wishful thinking. Night Sorrow's innate bloodline energy shield was constantly slicing through space. Its speed had reached a limit, suppressing her original body. She did not have the chance to help her doppelganger. After suppressing 9 Pluto's original body, Night Sorrow's original body and doppelganger executed the soul-extinguishing slash at the same time, killing towards 9 Pluto's doppelganger. First kill 9 Pluto's doppelganger, then kill the original body. This was Night Sorrow's tactic. After destroying 9 Pluto's doppelganger, the doppelganger would come over to help, and it would be much easier to kill 9 Pluto's original body. 9 Pluto's doppelganger dodged Night Sorrow's doppelganger's soul-extinguishing slash. However, Night Sorrow's original body used the soul-extinguishing slash to cut into his divine sea. 9 Pluto's doppelganger's divine sea was attacked. When he retreated to avoid Night Sorrow's doppelganger's attack, he used Netherworld Energy Explosion. This was an attack that consumed a lot of energy. However, Night Sorrow's doppelganger, who had the Dragon Cauldron's protection, did not care about this. He charged forward, enduring the 2 explosions, and stabbed the Space Splitter Spear into 9 Pluto's doppelganger's chest. After severely injuring 9 Pluto's doppelganger, Night Sorrow's doppelganger rushed forward, not giving 9 Pluto's doppelganger a chance to escape. Then, the Space Splitter Spear continued to vibrate, destroying the inside of 9 Pluto's doppelganger. When 9 Pluto's doppelganger's insides were destroyed, its energy could not keep up. When its combat power dropped, Night Sorrow's doppelganger swung the Space Splitter Spear again, cutting off 9 Pluto's doppelganger's head and killing it. Damn it! This king will definitely kill you. I'll grind your bones to dust. 9 Pluto's eyes were bloodshot now that her doppelganger had been destroyed. She desperately fought Night Sorrow, but she was still at a disadvantage. First attack. At this time, Night Sorrow's doppelganger also charged over. He wanted to help his original body kill 9 Pluto. Explode. 9 Pluto saw Night Sorrow's doppelganger charge over. She waved her golden sleeve, and corpses wearing blood-red battle robes appeared one after another. These corpses flew toward Night Sorrow's original body and doppelganger. Furthermore, they self-destructed one after another. The power of their self-destruction was extremely strong. Night Sorrow's original body and doppelganger couldn't withstand such a powerful self-destruction. This gave 9 Pluto an opportunity. Her body flashed as she flew toward the spatial channel. At the same time, she continuously threw out these blood-red battle-robed corpses. These corpses could fight and self-destruct. They blocked Night Sorrow's path. This was 9 Pluto's life-saving trump card, the Blood Map Corpse King. It was refined using the Blood Map Secret Codex. It was extremely powerful. Sorrow dodged the Blood Map Corpse King's attacks and self-destruction as he chased after the spatial tunnel. He didn't want to let Dark Monarch 9 escape. As long as he killed Dark Monarch 9, the War of the Two Worlds would be over. Night Sorrow chased out of the spatial channel. What welcomed Night Sorrow was the self-destruction of the Blood Map Death Guards. More than 20 Blood Map Death Guards blocked the spatial channel and self-destructed at the same time. 9 Pluto had charged through the spatial channel and entered the Nether Realm's camp. She had used her energy to wrap the Blood Map Death Guards and send them over. She was now asking for a chance to live. Speak. Chapter 921. This wave of explosion was very intense. When Night Sorrow dodged, 9 Dark King rushed past the Netherworld army. Everyone, return to the Netherworld. Run. Under the influence of the fleeing figures of the Netherworld army, 9 Dark King's fleeing figure was not that obvious. Standing in front of the command tent of the Netherworld army, Night Sorrow scanned his surroundings but did not see 9 Dark King's figure. Night Sorrow knew that this was a mistake in his arrangements. He should have set up an ambush at the entrance of the spatial tunnel to prevent 9 Dark King from escaping. Night Sorrow did not kill the fleeing Netherworld army because there was no need. Other than 9 Dark King, no one else could change the situation of the Netherworld army. After taking another glance, Night Sorrow returned to the entrance of the spatial tunnel. He then left his soul avatar to block the path while he charged towards Seven Fiends King. Prison King's original body and soul avatar could not hold on any longer. It would only take a moment for them to be killed. Only Seven Fiends King was still jumping around happily. Once Night Sorrow used his law suppression, Seven Fiends King could not hold on any longer. Night Sorrow blasted his spear twice and sent his weapon flying. Then, the reincarnation spear pierced Seven Fiends King's chest. The energy emitted by the reincarnation spear directly blasted into his spirit sea, interrupting Seven Fiends King's self-destruction. Then, Knight Sorrow's right arm shook and the reincarnation spear pierced 7 Fiends King's head once more. At this time, Shang Luo and Xia Lanjun also finished off Prison King's soul avatar. You guys are ruthless enough. However, Nine Dark King's strength will increase very soon. Just wait for your deaths. Prison King's aura weakened after being killed by Long Xuanqing's chaotic space and attacked by the heavenly underworld sword Qi. He would not be able to hold on for long. Once her strength increases, we will just wait for our deaths. You are thinking too much. Go and die. Knight Sorrow waved his reincarnation spear and followed up with a void extreme kill. He passed through Long Xuanqing's chaotic space and directly stabbed the face of the Netherworld ancient tree. After being struck by Knight Sorrow's spear, the Hell King let out a blood-curdling scream. Not only had Knight Sorrow's reincarnation spear destroyed a part of his body, but it had also attacked his soul. When his soul was attacked, the Prison King's defense dropped, and a part of his body was destroyed by Long Xuanqing's chaotic space. Our look at the original chapter, however, Knight Sorrow wasn't done with just one shot. He shook his right arm and fired 3 consecutive shots. After fusing with the ancient Netherworld tree, the Hell King's physical defense was very high, but his soul was still at its original level. After being stabbed 3 times by Knight Sorrow, his soul was destroyed. With its soul destroyed, the body of the ancient Netherworld tree was naturally destroyed by Long Xuanqing's chaotic space. Commander, let's kill our way over, Long Xuanqing said. There's no need to rush this matter. We need to sit down and discuss it. Knight Sorrow went over and stopped the 1000 multiplication killing formation. Leaving his soul avatar at the entrance of the spatial tunnel to observe the situation, Knight Sorrow led everyone into the command tent. Commander, what's the current situation? Yun Tianlong asked. The only Nether King left in the Nether Realm is the Nine Nether King. Today, I killed her soul avatar, but her main body escaped. The Hell King's main body and avatar are both dead, and the 7 Fiend King's soul avatar was destroyed last time. This time, it was the main body that was destroyed. There's no doubt about that, said Knight Sorrow. That means we can occupy the Nether Realm, said Xia Lanjun somewhat happily. Knight Sorrow pondered but didn't say anything. He still had some misgivings in his heart. Commander, just give the order. We'll kill our way in and directly occupy the Nether Realm, said Jun Xuanji. Then let me ask you something. If we take over the Nether Realm and the Nine Nether King comes out to kill us, who can stop a late-stage 1-star Saint King? How many people do we have for her to assassinate us? So let's not talk about taking over the Nether Realm for now. Yishang glanced at Jun Xuanji and voiced his concerns. Hearing Knight Sorrow's words, no one in the command tent said anything. That was because Knight Sorrow's words were true. If the 9 regions world occupied the Nether Realm, then the problem of the 9 Nether King would not be solved. The higher-ups of the 9 regions world would not be enough for the 9 Nether King to kill. Our original intention was to resolve the crisis of the Nether Realm's attack on the 9 regions world. Now that the crisis has been completely resolved, the next step is to deal with the aftermath. I don't want to be stuck in a quagmire after resolving this problem, said Knight Sorrow after thinking for a moment. That's indeed the case. The war can be said to have been won, but we have to be careful when dealing with the aftermath. Xian Wenxiu nodded. Commander, what do you think? Xia Lanjun looked at Knight Sorrow. Activate the Grand Cycle Formation and the 1000 Derivation Illusory Formation. After everyone leaves, I'll activate the 1000 Derivation Killing Formation as well. First, we'll set up a defense. Then, we'll send our people back to recuperate. After cultivating for a while, I'll go to the Nether Realm. I definitely have to deal with this 9 Nether King, said Knight Sorrow. Then don't go. It's too dangerous, said Tai Shu Yen. The 9 regions world's laws still need time to develop. During this time, the 9 Nether King will be in great danger. It won't be easy for her to kill me. Right now, I have a soul clone to assist me in battle. Her soul clone has been destroyed, so the gap between us has widened, said Night Sorrow. Hearing Night Sorrow's words, everyone nodded. That was because Night Sorrow's combat power had already surpassed the 9 Nether Kings. Even if Night Sorrow appeared in the Nether Realm, the 9 Nether King might not dare to appear. Then, Xian Wenxiu placed the storage ring and long sword of the 7 Fiends King in front of Night Sorrow. What are you doing? I just added a few more moves. Night Sorrow shook his head. If you don't support the 9 Nether King, we won't have a chance to win. If you don't help, it'll be difficult for me to kill him. My old face isn't that thick. Besides, setting up the formation requires a lot of spirit stones. The consumption of the commander is also relatively large. Xian Wenxiu smiled and insisted on his opinion. Long Xianqing also took out the Prison King's storage ring. Although everyone killed the Prison King together, the main credit was given to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow thought for a moment. He knew that Long Xianqing and Xian Wenxiu wouldn't accept the battle resources. So, he gave the storage ring to Taishu Yan and said, "Give me some high-grade spirit stones later. The rest will be used to fill up the storage of the commander's residence." Taishu Yan thought for a moment and nodded. Then, everyone dispersed. They all had things to do, such as withdrawing their troops and many other things. After leaving the commander's tent, Night Sorrow called out to Yun Tianlong and brought him through the space passage. "Commander, is this damaged formation easy to repair?" Yun Tianlong asked as he looked at Night Sorrow inspecting the damaged formation. "It's nothing much. An area was shattered. Repairing it will just consume some spirit stones." Night Sorrow inspected the formation while starting to repair it. Yun Tianlong followed beside Night Sorrow and also looked at the surrounding situation. After a moment, Taishu Yan gave Night Sorrow a storage ring because Night Sorrow used his own spirit stones to set up the formation. After delivering the storage ring, Taishu Yan went back. She was relatively busy. "King Yun, when the assassination hall accepts a mission, if the target's virtue is not lacking, then don't accept it. Otherwise, it will hurt the assassination hall's luck, and there won't be any benefits," Night Sorrow said while setting up the formation. Speak. Chapter 922. Oh. Commander, you know about it? Yun Tianlong looked at Night Sorrow in surprise. Q** original initials. Z**, yes. I've been thinking about this for a while. Although they exist for a reason, it's not appropriate to assassinate people without morals, said Night Sorrow. Subordinate understands. When I return, I'll talk to the elders about this. I hope Commander won't reject the assassination hall. Yun Tianlong cupped his fists towards Night Sorrow. Previously, I did have a problem with the assassination hall. As the second largest force in the 9 regions world, they didn't stand up when the 9 regions world needed them. But after I learned about it, I felt relieved. I don't reject them. Night Sorrow shook his head. Hearing Night Sorrow's words, Yun Tianlong let out a sigh of relief. Although the assassination hall can't be exposed, they still have a bottom line. This king will emphasize it again when we return. Night Sorrow nodded. He had brought Yun Tianlong over just to remind him of this matter. After 2 hours, Night Sorrow activated the array, once again cutting off the path from the Nether Realm to the Supreme River space. Clapping his hands, Night Sorrow returned to the spatial channel. The people in the command tent were still there. Everyone had already given their orders. "Has the array been repaired?" asked Wu Lingfei. "It's been repaired. Unless the Nether Realm explodes a few dozen more venerables, they won't be able to enter the Supreme River space," said Night Sorrow. Hearing Night Sorrow's words, everyone nodded. This was the result they wanted. "Commander, what do you plan to do next?" asked Xia Lanjun. "Don't worry about what's going on here. Those who should return, return. Those who should cultivate, go cultivate. All the saints should leave their messaging crystals in the commander's residence. Someone must be on duty at all times. The operations of the 9 domain worlds and the profound mysteries realm must be managed by someone. There can't be any chaos, Yi Shan said. It was also an order. Everyone bowed. They all knew that this would be a period of stability. Of course, it could also be the calm before the storm. Commander, we've obtained a lot of saint crystals from our battles, what should we do with them? Lu Qin asked. Give it to the venerables with the highest cultivation and distribute it according to their attributes. Don't hoard the weapons we obtained. Distribute them to increase the overall strength of our two worlds. Those who contribute to the war will have priority. Knight Sorrow looked at Lu Qin and said. He knew that Lu Qin was the vice hall leader of the assassination hall, but he didn't mind. After Knight Sorrow gave the order, he went to the god-slaying team's campsite to have a drink with the people close to him. The others had already retreated. Captain, if you want to go to the Nether Realm, then bring us along. During this period of time, everyone should work hard to cultivate. We need to accumulate some experience through actual combat. We also need to accumulate some resources for our god-slaying team, said Nan Liyue. She was now a third-level venerable. After entering the space-time treasure pagoda to speed up time cultivation, the cultivation of the members of the god-slaying team increased very quickly. More than half of them were already supremacies. Father will accompany you, Yi Wuyo said. Yu Qing also said that she wanted to follow. She was worried about her son and wanted to stay by Knight Sorrow's side. Father, mother, take my sister to the city in the sky to rest for a while. I'm now a 9-star saint. There's nothing that can threaten me, Knight Sorrow said with a smile. He naturally knew that his parents were worried about his safety. After that, Wu Lingfei also told Yi Wuyo and Yu Qing not to worry because she planned to go with Knight Sorrow. Good. With Territory Lord Wu going with you, mother can be at ease. Come back soon. Once we return, we will prepare for your wedding. You can't refuse anymore, said Yu Qing. Okay, I won't refuse. Knight Sorrow smiled and nodded. He had already delayed it for a long time. He also needed to give Sikong Chuyu, Yang Lei, and Aoi an official identity. While Knight Sorrow was drinking and chatting with the people around him, in an underground hall of sky-bearing city, Yun Tianlong was sitting in the main seat. Lu Qin was sitting to the side, and the elders of the assassination hall were all present. Some of the rules of the assassination hall need to be changed, said Yun Tianlong. Hall Master, is there a problem? Asked Elder Mu Yuenteng. The commander already knows about the situation of the assassination hall. Today, he called me alone to talk. He hopes that when we assassinate our targets, we won't accept the assassination, said Yun Tianlong. The commander actually knows, said Grand Elder Wu Tianhe with some surprise. The commander is the ruler of the 9 regions world. Nothing can be hidden from him. We'll just do as he says. Furthermore, the commander's words are very reasonable. Killing targets without morals will harm our assassination hall's karmic luck, said Yun Tianlong. From what you're saying, my identity has been exposed as well. Lu Qin looked at Yun Tianlong with some surprise. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. I think it's very secretive. Since you've been exposed, there's no way you won't be exposed. Our people should have been exposed this time. However, the commander didn't have any intentions of targeting us. But we can't cross the line in his heart, said Yun Tianlong. Hearing Yun Tianlong's words, everyone nodded. Everyone knew that Yi Shan's bottom line couldn't be touched. Last time, we were tricked by Ji Yuhao. We had to assassinate the commander. That was too much of a trap. Fortunately, the commander was magnanimous. Otherwise, with just a word from him, our assassination hall would have ceased to exist, sighed Wu Tianhe. I'll talk to the commander some other day, said Lu Qin. If no one has any objections, then it's settled. We also need to make some contributions to the 9 regions world. If the target is evil, we'll kill them even if it's just a piece of silver. If the target has no morals, we won't accept it even if it's a sky-high price, said Yun Tianlong. Everyone in the assassination hall cupped their hands and accepted the order. You don't know, But when the commander told me about this, I was under a lot of pressure. It was like I was being judged, said Yun Tianlong. That's true. The commander's aura was too strong. Even I didn't dare to speak carelessly in front of him, said Lu Qin. After that, everyone in the hall dispersed. They all belonged to different forces. They only gathered together when something happened. After Night Sorrow sent his parents to the spatial passageway where the medicinal valley was, he returned to the campsite and put the god-slaying squad and Wu Lingfei into the pagoda of time and space. Then, he passed through the spatial passageway and teleported to the teleportation formation that the Nether Realm's troops hadn't been able to destroy in time. One day later, Night Sorrow led the god-slaying squad into the Nether Realm cities. At this time, the Nether Realm no longer had a ruling class. Some cities were under the control of families and sections. When they saw Night Sorrow and the others, the Nether Realm's people avoided them directly. They didn't fight at all. Speak. Chapter 923. After taking care of a few city lord mansions that had not been robbed, Yi Shang knew that it would be very difficult for the Nether Realm to recover for a period of time. The main reason was that the high-level cultivators had been slaughtered too ruthlessly. There were only a few saints left. I thought I could sense the Nether Realm's origin, but the Nether Realm isn't under the rule of the Nine Domains world. It's not a subsidiary world, so I can't find the origin, Night Sorrow said to Wu Lingfei. We haven't occupied it, so the Nether Realm isn't a subsidiary of the Nine Domains world. Wu Lingfei nodded. Right, Auntie Fei, the departure of Dongshuan's origin didn't harm you in any way, did it? Night Sorrow thought of a more important question. No. Although the origin left my body, it left behind a large strand of origin qi. Auntie Fei is still Dongshuan's master, but it's nothing in front of you, the master of the Nine Domains world, said Wu Lingfei. Auntie Fei, don't joke around, Night Sorrow said a little embarrassedly. Be careful in the future. I can't sense the profound jade qi in your body anymore, Wu Lingfei said to Night Sorrow. Last time, when I faced the lightning tribulation, it wanted to annihilate the profound jade qi. I couldn't bear to part with it, so I used my hands to refine it. Night Sorrow said a little embarrassedly. Wu Lingfei had told him not to refine the profound jade qi in the past. It's fine. You're strong now, so Auntie Fei isn't worried. But you still have to be careful, said Wu Lingfei. Night Sorrow smiled. He knew that this was Wu Lingfei. No matter how strong he was, she was still worried about his safety. Night Sorrow led the god-slaying squad around the Nether Realm, ransacking the more important cities, but there was still no news of the Nine Dark King. Night Sorrow didn't plan on continuing to cause trouble. The Nine Dark King didn't care about these things right now. He was probably hiding and cultivating. The Nether Realm was no smaller than the Nine Domain world, so if the Nine Underworld monarch wanted to hide, Night Sorrow wouldn't be able to find him. There was nothing he could do about it. After raiding the largest city, Nether City's City Lord Mansion, Night Sorrow led his men back to the spatial tunnel. He then returned to Nine Domain world and arrived at Sky City. The few saints were all staying in the city in the sky. They didn't have much to do. The city in the sky had a beautiful environment, and it was also suitable for cultivating one's body and mind and strengthening one's mental state. When Night Sorrow returned, everyone felt a lot more at ease. We should leave some people at the entrance of the spatial passage to keep an eye on it. Otherwise, we won't even know when they break the array. Long Xianqing said. My soul avatar is guarding the array formation. Furthermore, I've left a communication crystal in the array formation. Even if my avatar isn't there, I'll be the first to know if the array formation is broken, said Yishan. You're experienced in doing things, so there's nothing for us to worry about. You should rest well for a while. You've been working hard during this period. Xia Lanjun said. Night Sorrow smiled and nodded. He also wanted to relax. Recently, he had been cultivating and fighting under high pressure. It was unrealistic to say that he wasn't tired. In addition, your father and your mother went to the Medicine Valley and the Seekong family to set the date for your wedding. It's 2 months later on the 15th day of the month. Yi Wuyo said. Father and mother will have to work hard for this. I don't know much about it either. Night Sorrow said. Asiya, hee, this is a big matter. When the time comes, many people will come. I'm afraid the city in the sky will be too busy. If not, we can change the location. Xia Lanjun said. In Night Moon City, Night Sorrow is the young master of Night Moon and the successor of Night Moon. It's suitable for Night Moon City. Yi Wuyo said. No one had any objections because this was Night Moon's family matter. After staying with everyone for a while, Night Sorrow brought the girls to the lake. Then, he set up the space-time pagoda there. In the future, the space-time pagoda will be set up here. If you have any problems, you can communicate with Little Kong. You can go in and out at any time. You can also choose one of the 60th to 69th floors as your room. Night Sorrow said to Seekong Chuyu and the others. Then can you leave a place for Aunt Fei? Wu Lingfei asked. Of course, Night Sorrow said with a smile. Next, Wu Lingfei, Xueshi, Seekong Chuyu, and the others went to the wooden boat to make tea and chat. Night Sorrow stood in front of the lake, studying the map he had obtained in Nether City. Then, he saw an area. Nether Abyss. Nether Abyss was a special area in Nether Realm. It was a bottomless abyss. The nether energy there was very dense, and ordinary lifeforms could not get close. Night Sorrow felt that the source of Nether Realm should be there. However, he could not enter it. The death attribute was a high-level attribute, and the nether energy was the pinnacle of the darkness attribute. It was very harmful to him. In addition, Night Sorrow felt that Hades 9 Yin might be there as well. Hades 9 Yin's existence was not a big problem for Night Sorrow. In a short time, Hades 9 Yin would not be his match. If Hades 9 Yin spent time cultivating, her cultivation would increase. However, by then, the laws of the 9 domains world would be complete. She would not be able to enter the 9 domains world. She would not even be able to enter the Supreme River space. It was just like how Wu Lingfei and the others had tried to enter the Supreme River space. After thinking for a while, Night Sorrow put the map into his storage ring and stood by the lake with his hands behind his back. At this time, Night Sorrow did not have the spear behind him. Under the guidance of the 9 domains origin body, the reincarnation spear was put into Night Sorrow's dantian. He used his quintessential chi and laws to nourish it. The space-splitting spear was the same. It was also a Night Sorrow's clone. At this time, Yi Wuyo came to Night Sorrow's side. Night Sorrow accompanied him for a walk by the lake. I've sent 2 venerables of Night Moon to the Medicine Valley area. There's no problem with the safety of that family, Yi Wuyo said. Father, if you want to know the reason, I'll tell you. However, this matter is very important. Then, Night Sorrow told him what he had guessed. It involves the ancestors. This matter must be kept a secret. If I had known, I wouldn't have asked, Yi Wuyo said. Father, you're the ruler of Night Moon. You should know. It's still early. In a few years, we'll bring their family to Night Moon. Chen Chen's state of mind has also changed. He's no longer gloomy and scheming. He has become much more peaceful. People mature as long as they're alive, Night Sorrow said. Okay, Father will take this matter to heart. Yi Wuyo nodded. According to Father's cultivation, you can enter the pagoda of time and space to accelerate time cultivation. However, I think you should wait until Mother becomes a saint first, Night Sorrow said with a smile. I understand. By the way, that Hades 9 Yin is a big hidden danger. You have to be careful, Yi Wuyo said. Speak. Chapter 924. Night Sorrow shook his head. It's not a big problem. Father, don't worry. After staying with Night Sorrow for a while, Yi Wuyo left. He had always been worried about Night Sorrow. He was worried that Night Sorrow was young and handled some things carelessly. But now, he was relieved because Night Sorrow had a calmness that people his age didn't have. Night Sorrow returned to the wooden boat and drank tea and chatted with the girls. Then, the girls suggested going to Night Moon City to buy some dresses and clothes. Night Sorrow didn't want to go. He wanted to accompany Father Gu. Sikong Chuyu and the others pulled Wu Lingfei to Night Moon City. When Yishang arrived at the mansion, he took out a wine jar and poured a bowl of wine for Father Gu. Night Sorrow, you have a lot of things to do. You don't have to come and accompany me, Father Gu said to Night Sorrow. What are you talking about, Father? No matter how busy I am, I have time to accompany you, Night Sorrow said with a smile. Father Gu smiled and nodded. He knew that this was Night Sorrow. He was as filial to him as he was in Juyuan village. He was still the Night Sorrow who replaced him at a young age and went hunting to support the family. Father, there's something else I want to tell you. Don't be angry, Night Sorrow said to Father Gu. You never do anything against your conscience. I know that. Why would I be angry? Father Gu said with a smile. He was very happy. Night Sorrow ordered the two worlds to be connected, but he was still like a child in front of him. Father, I saw Chin Chin a while ago. He's already married and has children. He's living an ordinary life. He knows that he was wrong and asked me to apologize to you on his behalf, Night Sorrow said. Night Sorrow, I don't want to nag you, but you shouldn't have gone to see him. I'm afraid that he'll have other ideas and harm you, Father Gu said. Father, I can feel the kindness and malice in the hearts of the people of the Nine Domains world when they face me. I'm sure that Chin Chen's heart has changed. Perhaps it's because he's changed after experiencing so many twists and turns in life. He said that an ordinary life is what he should have. If he hadn't become calm, he wouldn't have invited me to tea. Let's go and take a look. After all, he once called you Godfather, Night Sorrow said. All right. After all, we lived under the same roof. He was originally a pitiful person. I also hope that he can live a better life. As long as he repents, I won't be calculative about everything. Old Man Gu nodded. After that, Night Sorrow led Father Gu to Juyuan village. After several teleportations, Night Sorrow and Father Gu arrived at Juyuan city. Then, led by Night Sorrow, the two of them arrived in front of Chin Chen's tea house. Seeing Father Gu's arrival, Chin Chen was stunned for a moment. He straightened his robes, knelt in front of Father Gu, and kowtowed 3 times in a row. Chin Chen did not say anything to beg for forgiveness, nor did he look at Father Gu's expression. He stood up. Perhaps others did not understand, but Night Sorrow understood that Chin Chen was not kowtowing to beg for Father Gu's forgiveness. He was expressing remorse for the mistakes in his heart. Father Gu's forgiveness was not the most important thing to Chin Chen. What he needed was an explanation for his own heart. Have a seat inside. After standing up, Chin Chen nodded to Night Sorrow and Father Gu. Very good. Although you've taken the wrong path, you don't live a lowly life. That's good. I heard from Night Sorrow that you're married and have children. Bring them out for me to see, Father Gu said after entering the tea house and sitting down. Can I still call you Godfather? Chen Chen asked in a low voice when he heard Father Gu calling himself his father. Go ahead. Father Gu nodded. He also felt the change in Chin Chen. After staying in Chin Chen's tea house for a while, Night Sorrow and Father Gu left. When they arrived at the area where Juyuan town was located, after greeting their old neighbors and friends, Night Sorrow and Father Gu bought some wine and food, then returned to the old bamboo building. In front of the tombstone behind the bamboo building, Night Sorrow saw a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged. Night Sorrow had never seen this middle-aged man before, but he was wearing the robes of the Night Moon dynasty. Yi Wuqiu greets the young master. The middle-aged man stood up and bowed to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow nodded. He knew that this was someone arranged by Yi Wuqiu. A mid-level venerable was enough. This subordinate and another brother are from Wuqiu City. We take turns guarding there. When we rest, we come here to accompany our old brother. Yi Wuqiu looked at the tombstone. He, the other person, and the two people in the tombstone were all Yi Wuqiu's guards. They were all life and death brothers. You don't know the importance of this mission now, but you'll understand in the future. Also, this bamboo building is my home. When you rest, you can come here and help me take care of this place, Night Sorrow said. Young master, don't worry. We bought a mansion near the tea house. There's also a group of rank 5 people patrolling the area, Yi Wuqiu said. Night Sorrow nodded. At this time, Uncle Nyo and the others came to the bamboo building with wine and meat. Night Sorrow introduced Yi Wuqiu to everyone. He was an uncle who had come here to rest. After drinking with everyone, Night Sorrow and Father Gu left. If they hadn't gone back for a long time, the women would be worried. It was convenient to use the teleportation array, so Yi Shang quickly returned to Sky City. After sending Father Gu back to his mansion, Yi Shang went to the lakeside. Looking at the original chapter, Sikong Chuyu and the others had already returned. They were chatting on the wooden boat. Where did you run off to? Asked Sikong Chuyu. I went out with Father Gu for a walk. Did everyone have fun? Asked Night Sorrow. Night Moon City recovered really quickly. It's almost as bustling as some royal cities, but it's not as noisy, said Yang Lei. These are the robes we bought for you. Try them on. Aoi took out a few robes and handed them to Night Sorrow. Thank you, senior apprentice sister, said Night Sorrow. We picked them together, said Yang Lei. She glanced at Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow smiled and tried them on. They all fit very well. Then the women entered the space-time pagoda. They needed to tidy up, cultivate, and live. Sikong Chuyu, Aoi, and Yang Lei chose the 61st floor. Shueshi and Wu Lingfei chose the 75th floor and 77th floor respectively. Night Sorrow also entered the top floor of the space-time pagoda. Night Sorrow, as your cultivation base has increased, my intelligence has also increased. Recently, I've sensed some problems. Shao Kong appeared beside Night Sorrow. What problems? How can I help you? Night Sorrow looked at Shao Kong in surprise. I feel like I'm not complete. It's like I'm missing something. I'm a new item spirit. The old item spirit shattered. Perhaps when the old item spirit shattered, the space-time pagoda's main body was also injured, said Shao Kong to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow then began to talk to the 9 regions' essence. Speak. Chapter 925. Night Sorrow knew a few things. The space-time pagoda appeared in Central State City. The 9 regions' origins should know a little about the previous battle. As they talked, Night Sorrow understood a few things. The space-time pagoda was not a treasure from the 9 regions' world. It came from the Sky Profound world. However, an expert from the Sky Profound world, Yu Wenqiu, brought the space-time pagoda to Void Dao City to destroy it. However, what surprised him was that the Void Dao Saint King was very strong. This expert from the Sky Profound world was not his opponent. He fought and retreated and ran to Central State City to find his partner. After finding his partner, this expert from the Sky Profound world called Yu Wenqiu led people to kill the Void Dao Saint King. In the end, the Void Dao Saint King self-destructed. Everyone died together and the space-time pagoda was left behind in Central State City. The 9 regions' origin energy could confirm one thing. The space-time pagoda was like this back then. This meant that when the space-time pagoda appeared in the 9 regions world, it had 10 levels. Moreover, it did not have an artifact spirit. In the 9 regions world, the 9 regions origin energy knew about treasures with intelligence. After all, their natures were similar to his. After listening to the information provided by the 9 regions origin energy, Night Sorrow knew that even if the space-time pagoda was flawed, it did not appear in the 9 regions world. It should be in the Sky Profound world. Forever free of charge. Night Sorrow could not do anything about this. In the 9 regions world, he could not help the spacetime pagoda. After that, the 9 regions origin energy provided Night Sorrow with another piece of information. 150 years ago, someone broke out of the 9 regions world. However, the situation was not good now. He could feel that the person who left did not have a strong life force. After following Night Sorrow, the 9 regions origin energy understood a lot of things. It also knew about the Moon Emperor Yi Tian. It understood that the person who left was Yi Tian. Hearing this, Night Sorrow was stunned. So something happened to him? Yes, he is a life form from the 9 regions world. Also, he broke out of the 9 regions world. He is the only one who left in 10,000 years. Therefore, I paid attention to him. His life force is not strong, but it proves that he is still alive. The 9 regions origin energy said. Which world did he go to? Night Sorrow asked excitedly. The Wuji realm. He cultivates the spatial attribute and has reached the pinnacle of the 9-star saint realm. That's why he has some insights. You can also sense that it is unrealistic for us from the 9-domain world to enter the heaven profound world. However, if we enter the Wuji realm, we can enter the heaven profound world through the Wuji realm. The 9-domain origin energy once again allowed Yi Shang to sense the world map around the 9-domain world. Yi Shang also knew about the existence of the Wuji world. He was not far from the 9-domain world and was even closer to the profound heaven world. The heaven profound world's people also came to the 9 regions world through the limitless world, Yi Shang said. The world. One world worlds world. World. Worlds. World. 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 World 2. After that, Night Sorrow understood some things. The infinite world and the heaven profound world were very close to each other and were connected by a spatial tunnel. However, those with high cultivations were unable to enter, as the infinite world was suppressed by the rules. Other experts were also unwilling to enter, because once the infinite world sensed danger, the master of the infinite world would appear and kill them. The heaven mystic world had countless subsidiary worlds, but a world master like this was a special case. It was no longer restricted by the laws of the heaven mystic world. Therefore, the experts of the sky profound world were not willing to enter. Senior, can you sense if there are any world masters in the profound sky world? Night Sorrow asked. No, that is a mature world. The world's laws are self-contained and there is no need for the existence of a world master. Therefore, no one has been able to see or obtain the origin of the heaven profound world. The 9 zones origin Chi said to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow heaved a sigh of relief. He planned to visit the heaven profound world when he had the chance. If the heaven profound world had a world lord, it would be troublesome. Because in a world, the world lord was almost invincible and could sense the entry of other world lords. If the heaven profound world had a world lord, then Night Sorrow would not be able to enter. If he entered, he would be discovered by the world lord of the heaven profound world and would definitely attack Night Sorrow. After thinking for a while, Night Sorrow began to meditate and cultivate. The time here was 10 times faster and could quickly increase his cultivation. On a platform protruding from the cliff of the netherworld abyss, the 9-Een Dark Monarch opened her eyes and exhaled. She had just recovered from the destruction of her clone and the impact on her original body. After thinking for a while, the 9-Een Dark Monarch knew that the netherworld abyss had been defeated. She also knew the difference between her and Night Sorrow. Even if they were to fight in the netherworld abyss, she did not have the cultivation of a 3-star holy king and would not be able to defeat Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow himself was very strong and also had a powerful clone. In addition, the 9-Een Dark Monarch also knew that Night Sorrow was favored by the heavens. She did not expect Night Sorrow to control the origin of the Supreme River Space. In the 9-Een Dark Monarch's understanding, Night Sorrow controlled the Supreme River Space because she knew that the 9 Zones world was broken. She did not consider that Night Sorrow was the World Lord of the 9 Zones world because there was a big difference between a World Lord and a Space Lord. The Nine Dark Monarch also wanted to be like Night Sorrow and control the Netherworld Abyss, but she could not do it. The Netherworld Abyss was bottomless and the origin of the Netherworld Abyss was at the bottom of the abyss. The Nine Dark Monarch could not get close and could only cultivate here. Now, she hoped that Night Sorrow was stuck at the Holy King bottleneck and she could increase her cultivation. When the time came, she could surpass the supreme river space that Night Sorrow could control and enter the Nine Zones world to fight Night Sorrow. The Nine Dark Monarch could not be blamed for her miscalculation. Controlling a space and controlling a world were two completely different concepts. A world was formed by a space's evolution. Only a space that had grown to a certain size was qualified to be called a world. The origin of a space was in the form of an origin stone. When it evolved to a certain extent, it would evolve into an origin bead. The origin of a world was an origin bead made up of many kinds of laws. It was completely different from a space's origin bead. Therefore, it was relatively easy to become the World Lord. It was almost impossible to become the World Lord. The two were on completely different levels. Even if the origin of a space had intelligence, it was still very immature. The origin of a world already had a complete consciousness. It would not recognize a master unless it was about to be destroyed. Night Sorrow could become the void fiendish space's master because of their attributes. He could also become the World Lord of the Nine Zones world because of the accumulation of various reasons. The main reason was that the Nine Zones world was in great danger when it was broken. Night Sorrow knew a lot, thought a lot, and worried a lot. Knowing that Yi Qianhua was fine, he began to worry about Yi Tian. After thinking for a while, Night Sorrow began to cultivate. He now wanted to cultivate to the peak of the 9th level Saint Realm as soon as possible. Then, he could slowly stabilize his cultivation and cultivate. This was equivalent to accumulating in advance and building a foundation for entering the Saint King realm. Speak. Chapter 926. Before he started cultivating, Yi Shang gave Little Kong some more spirit stones. Yi Shang, actually, your 3 fiancés can also go to the 70th level and undergo time acceleration cultivation. They all have ultimate bodies and can withstand the pressure of the power of time. The main thing is that after you became a saint, my ability has also strengthened and I can control energy better, Lil Kong said. Alright, I will also bring the members of the God-slaying squad in so that their cultivation will be smoother, Night Sorrow said. Yes, but you will need spirit stones to support it, Shao Kong said. Speaking of spirit stones, Night Sorrow had a headache. Recently, he had not obtained many spirit stones, but he had consumed a lot. Just as Night Sorrow was rubbing his forehead, the 9 regions origin energy told Night Sorrow that he actually had a source of spirit stones. The spirit stones inside the 9 regions world could not be excavated, as it would affect the development of the 9 regions world. However, at the edge of the 9 regions world, the turbulent flow of energy passed through the spatial barrier and formed spirit stones in some places. This situation made Night Sorrow very happy. Under the guidance of his 9 realms origin energy avatar, Night Sorrow left Sky City and flew to the edge of the realm sea, arriving at the region where the spatial barrier was. Flying along the spatial barrier, he would excavate some spirit stones when he came across a place. However, no matter how many spirit stones there were, Night Sorrow would only excavate 1/3 of them. This would not affect the growth of the spirit stones. In half a month, Night Sorrow flew for millions of miles and excavated thousands of top-grade spirit stones. Night Sorrow did not put the spirit stones into his storage ring. Instead, he put them in the storage space on the first floor of the Spacetime Pagoda. Night Sorrow was not greedy. Although the 9 regions origin energy said that it was fine, he felt that it was enough. There was no need to continue excavating. Those were the resources and wealth of the 9 regions world. After settling the matter of spirit stones, Night Sorrow returned to Sky City. There were still close to 2 months before his parents' wedding. After Night Sorrow stored the members of the God-slaying team into the Spacetime Pagoda, he went to the top floor of the Spacetime Pagoda and began cultivating. Nearly 2 months had passed in the real world. Night Sorrow had been cultivating in the Spacetime Pagoda for 1.5 years. He had raised his quintessential energy cultivation to the late 9-star Saint stage and cultivated the myriad Daos treasured tome to the late 9-star Golden Body stage before coming out of seclusion. He had also used up all of his 4-clawed Silver Dragon's blood essence. Night Sorrow didn't intend to kill the 4-clawed Silver Dragon. After all, it was a life form of the 9-domain world. As the ruler of the 9-domain world, it wasn't appropriate for him to kill the life forms of the 9-domain world for his own needs. Yu Qing glared at Night Sorrow. "You little rascal, if you didn't come out, I would have crushed your messaging crystal. Didn't I tell you the time of your wedding? There are still a few days left. Many people have arrived at the Night Moon City. Your grandfather, great-grandfather, great-great-aunt, and great-great-uncle are all receiving guests. Mother, don't be angry. I came out of seclusion." Night Sorrow hurriedly apologized. "In a while, come with me to meet your grandfather and grandmother, as well as your uncle and cousin. They were in the Night Moon Dynasty camp some time ago. Because you were busy, I didn't bring you to meet them. They wanted to meet you, but I didn't let them. After all, it's not appropriate for the elders to meet the younger generation," Yu Qing said. "That's my fault. I found out that the elders of Bayou City were in the Night Moon Dynasty camp. However, I happened to have something to do, so I didn't meet them," Night Sorrow said embarrassedly. On the next chapter, when he found the members of the Assassination Hall, he also found the people of Bayou City. However, he had to deal with the matters of the underworld and had forgotten about meeting them. "It's fine. It's fine. Everyone knows that you're busy. No one is unhappy about this. Let's go now. Here's some good wine. Your grandfather doesn't have any other hobbies besides drinking. Here's some heart-cleansing tea. No matter what, you have to give your grandmother some gifts." Yu Qing had already prepared the gifts. "Mother, I'm sorry." Night Sorrow felt apologetic. "What are you saying?" Yu Qing helped her son tidy up his robes. "Do you need me to bring Chuyu and the others?" Night Sorrow asked. "There's no need for that for now. You'll be getting married in 2 days. At that time, we'll formally meet and acknowledge each other." Yu Qing thought for a moment and did not intend to interrupt Sikong Chuyu and the others' cultivation. Under Yu Qing's lead, Night Sorrow and Yu Qing arrived at Sky City's guest house. Within the guest house's courtyard stood an old man with a long beard. He had a lion's nose and a tiger's mouth. He had a dignified expression and was currently cursing someone. It was for no other reason than that his son had beaten him in chess. The old man was none other than Yu Tianhe, the city lord of Bayou City, which was under the influence of Night Moon Dynasty. "Father, your temper is still so bad," Yu Qing said with a smile. "If Yukong was like you, I wouldn't be so angry. That bastard, I made a wrong move. I didn't even loosen my grip on him before he started messing around with me." Bayou City's city lord, Yu Tianhe, glared at a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had a striking appearance. His appearance was similar to Yu Qing's, but he had an additional masculine aura. He stood there like an unsheathed sword. He was Bayou City's only junior city lord, Yu Qing's younger brother, and Night Sorrow's uncle, Yukong. But now, he was being scolded so badly that his nose was on the line. "Night Sorrow, this is your grandfather, and this is your uncle," introduced Yu Qing. Night Sorrow greets grandfather, greets uncle. Night Sorrow bowed to the two of them. "Good, very good. I wanted to meet you a while ago, but it wasn't a good time to greet you. Sit." Yu Tianhe's expression changed very quickly. Just a moment ago, he had been cursing angrily, but now he was smiling brightly. "Grandfather, sit. Uncle, sit too." Night Sorrow helped his mother sit down before sitting down himself. After Yu Tianhe sat down, he directly yelled at Yukong, "You bastard, I told you to sit." Yukong, who was about to sit down, could only stand up awkwardly. He had made the right move, but the result was wrong. He could only endure his father's anger. Grandfather, this is the good wine my mother prepared for you. Try it and calm down. Night Sorrow stood up, opened the wine jar, and poured a bowl for Yu Tianhe. I left for a while, but you're still angry. At this time, a white-haired woman walked into the guest house with a walking stick. Behind her were two women in their 20s. Madam, you're back. I'm not angry. It's just that little bastard. Yun Tianhe stood up and pointed at Yukong. He's a little bastard, but you're an old bastard. Aren't you afraid your grandson will laugh at you? The white-haired woman glared at Yu Tianhe before nodding at Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow greets grandmother. Night Sorrow bowed to the white-haired woman. Don't be so polite, and don't be offended. Beiyu City's Yu family only looks like a family when grandmother is here. If grandmother isn't here, the family will turn upside down. Yu Tianhe, don't you think so? The white-haired woman sat down and yelled at Yu Tianhe. Speak. Chapter 927. Madam is right. The Yu family needs Madam to oversee it, said Yu Tianhe with a smile. Yukong, don't you know what kind of person your father is? After suffering 100 times, he still doesn't learn his lesson, scolded the white-haired woman. You're right, mother. But father says he's number one in Beiyu City when it comes to chess. I don't accept that, said Yukong. You don't accept that? I'll deal with you later. Yu Tianhe glared at his son. After listening to their conversation, Night Sorrow was speechless. Fortunately, his mother was like his grandmother. If she was like his grandfather and uncle, he would have died. But with his grandmother around, this family was still very harmonious. In addition, Yishang also knew that Beiyu City belonged to the Yu family. However, the person who had the most authority was the wife of the city lord, Pan Jia, who was also his maternal grandmother. His maternal grandmother was also the strongest person in Beiyu City. Night Sorrow, it was your mother who went home to visit her family that led to the accident. I'm very sorry that you had to wander outside for so many years. I've sent people to search for you, but there was no news. Pan Jia looked at Night Sorrow apologetically. Grandmother, you're exaggerating. Night Sorrow has been living well these past few years, said Night Sorrow as he stood up. Sit down. These are your two cousins, Yu Xiaofei and Yu Xiaolu. Pan Jia introduced the two women behind her to Night Sorrow. Yishang greets my two elder cousins. Yishang cupped his hands in salute to his two elder cousins. Grandmother, with the commander cousin, we can do whatever we want when we go out, said Yu Xiaolu with a smile. At the same time, she sized up Night Sorrow. What did I let you suffer in the past? Yukong looked at his daughter with dissatisfaction. Shut up. If you had the ability, Beiyu City wouldn't have a successor right now. Yu Tianhe glared at his son. Yukong fell silent once more. He also had two wives, but both of them were daughters. This caused him to have no status in the family. Night Sorrow had been listening the whole time. After lunch, he followed his mother back to his mansion. Mother, before you got married, you must have suffered a lot at home, Night Sorrow said with a smile. Hee, it's fine. Your grandfather doesn't yell at your mother, and your uncle respects your mother a lot. Yu Qing also laughed, because the Yu family was indeed a bit different. That's good. Night Sorrow nodded. After chatting with his mother for a while, Night Sorrow and Yu Qing went to Night Moon City to meet the seniors who had come. Almost everyone from the Commander-in-Chief's residence had arrived. The saints and managers of the 9 regions world and the profound mysteries realm, who Night Sorrow knew, had also come to Night Moon City. Night Sorrow went to visit them one by one. Although he was the Commander-in-Chief, these people were his seniors, and he respected them very much. After visiting them, he drank some wine with his seniors from the Medicine Valley. After chatting for a while, Night Sorrow returned to Sky City. He stood in front of the cliff in front of his mansion and looked at the lake. Night Sorrow's heart was filled with emotions. After all these years, Night Sorrow couldn't believe it himself. He was grateful to everyone who had accompanied him all these years. What are you thinking about? Yi Wuyo, who had just returned from Night Moon City, came to Night Sorrow's side. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years have passed. Some things are as vivid as yesterday. I'm very grateful to those who have accompanied me all these years, Night Sorrow said. Don't think too much. Just treat those who are good to you well. You had a hard time when you were young. This was because of the war, and also because I didn't fulfill my responsibility as a father. Thinking of Night Sorrow's suffering in Juyuan village, and thinking of Night Sorrow's struggle in Medicine Valley as a child, Yi Wuyo also felt uncomfortable in his heart. Father, in fact, I'm very happy now because my family is safe and sound, and the people around me are safe and sound. I'm very happy and content to be able to contribute to this safety. Night Sorrow looked at Yi Wuyo and said. I understand. Rest quietly for 2 days. You don't need to worry about your wedding. Your great-aunt Shinyu will handle this matter very well, Yi Wuyo said to Night Sorrow. The only thing that was right was that he was a pirate. Night Sorrow nodded. He knew that this was his family. They would think of everything for him. Then, Night Sorrow went to the lake and looked at the glowing spacetime pagoda. Then, he got on the wooden boat, untied the rope, and lay down on the deck chair. He let the boat drift with the current while he quietly looked at the sky. Without knowing when, Night Sorrow fell asleep. There were many people and things in his dream, and they were all things of the past. When he woke up, the moon was already high in the sky. Night Sorrow took a robe and covered himself with it. At this time, Wu Lingfei, Sikong Chuyu, and the others flew over and landed on the wooden boat. What's wrong with you? You even removed your protective energy. It's so cold at night. Sikong Chuyu took out a blanket and covered Night Sorrow's body. I just want to experience the life of an ordinary person in the past. When I was young, I went hunting and set out before dawn. It's also like this. Night Sorrow said. No one said anything. They knew that Night Sorrow was a bit sentimental when he was quiet. After chatting for a while, Wu Lingfei brought the girls back to the lake. Then, she communicated with Shao Kong and entered the 61st floor of the Spacetime Pagoda, which was where Sikong Chuyu and the others cultivated. Aunt Fei, Night Sorrow's mood is a bit unstable, Sikong Chuyu said worriedly. You don't understand. This is a good thing, a rare good thing. In fact, many people don't understand what is the key to entering the Saint King realm from the Saint realm. Wu Lingfei shook her head. Then, Wu Lingfei told the girls, including Xueshi, the key to entering the Saint King realm from the Saint realm. Although Wu Lingfei's cultivation wasn't as high as Xueshi's, her talent was astonishing. She had the inheritance of her race, so she knew a lot. What was needed to enter the Saint King realm from the Saint realm was the state of mind. Over the countless years, there had been many peak saints, but Saint Kings had only appeared 10,000 years ago. That was because the Saint realm wasn't high enough. To enter the Saint King realm from the Saint realm, one had to break through to the nascent soul stage. Breaking one's core pearl to form a nascent soul was a realm that could only be touched by one's cultivation. It required one's state of mind to return to the origin. What Aunt Fei means is that Night Sorrow is now unknowingly laying the foundation for entering the Saint King realm. Aoi asked with some surprise. That's right, but why is his state of mind so high? Why has he reached this step? Aunt Fei doesn't understand, Wu Lingfei shook her head. It should be related to becoming the 9 Regions World Master. After becoming the 9 Regions World Master, he understands the world. His state of mind is actually a cultivation method, Xueshi said after thinking about it. Yes, that should be the case, so you don't need to be nervous about his situation. There's no need to interfere, Wu Lingfei said. Sikong Chuyu and the others nodded. This matter was too big. If they delayed Night Sorrow's state of mind and delayed Night Sorrow's breakthrough to the Saint King realm, the consequences would be serious. Speak. Chapter 928. Over the next 2 days, Night Sorrow drifted with the waves on the wooden boat, watching the sun rise and set, watching the clouds roll and disperse. Night Sorrow just wanted to relax. He didn't think about anything else. After relaxing for 2 days, Night Sorrow returned to the lake and transferred everyone out of the space-time pagoda. It was soon his wedding day with the girls. Night Sorrow, how should we deal with Sister Shueishi's matter? Aoi looked at Night Sorrow. I don't need it. I really do. It's good to be quiet like this. Shueishi hurriedly shook her head. You really don't need it. If you want it, I can do it, Night Sorrow said to Shueishi. It's good to be like this. If I need it, I'll tell you. I'll go back to the space-time pagoda to cultivate, Shueishi said to Night Sorrow. Okay. Remember my words. Night Sorrow nodded. He planned to solve the problem of the Shueishi Divine Pearl's soul power after returning from the wedding. Night Sorrow brought Wu Lingfei, Sikong Chuyu, Yang Lei, and Aoi to the mansion. You're very punctual this time. Tomorrow is the wedding day, Yu Qing said with a smile. Yu Qing said with a smile. Then, she brought the girls away. Before the wedding, the man and woman were not allowed to be together. Next, Yi Linghuan brought Night Moon's people to let Night Sorrow try on a wedding robe. Not bad. Heroic and festive, Yi Linghuan said after sizing up his grandson. Night Sorrow smiled at Yi Linghuan. Is the wedding very troublesome? Ha, we all know what you're thinking. A wedding is just a formality. It's just a ceremony to pay respects to the ancestors and then we'll have a big banquet with guests. There's no other unnecessary formalities, Yi Ling said with a smile. Night Sorrow nodded. He didn't like things that were too complicated. After a night's rest, Night Sorrow welcomed the wedding ceremony. First, accompanied by his family, he went to the Medicine Valley and the Sikong family's resting place to pick up the bride. Then, he worshipped the inscription in front of the night moon and entered the main hall to worship the ancestors. Finally, he served tea to the elders of both parties. Night Sorrow didn't forget Father Gu. Under everyone's attention, Night Sorrow arrived in front of Father Gu and bent down to drink some tea. Father, it's been hard on you all these years. Not at all, not at all. Watching you grow up slowly and seeing you have a promising future, I'm very happy. Old Man Gu smiled and said. Sikong Chuyu and company also bowed. They respected Papa Gu and knew how important Papa Gu was to Night Sorrow. He was no different from a parent. After the ceremony, there was a big banquet. The banquet was held from the Night Moon to the Night Moon City. All the restaurants in the Night Moon City welcomed guests for free. They drank with the guests until Night Sorrow brought the girls back to the city in the sky. Ha, why do I feel like I've been in a battle? Night Sorrow said with a smile as he looked at the red festive lanterns in the mansion. It's very busy, but I'm very happy. From today onwards, we are the wives of the commander, said Yang Lei, who was wearing a red festive phoenix robe. You've always been. Night Sorrow nodded with a smile. Then, Night Sorrow pulled them into the bedroom. Everyone slept together, but they just chatted and talked about the past. They didn't do anything else. After resting for a night, Night Sorrow brought the 3 girls to visit their relatives again. Then, they resumed their previous lives. The girls also entered the space-time pagoda to cultivate. Night Sorrow used 1.5 years in the space-time pagoda and 2 months in the real world to raise his true Qi cultivation and myriad Dao scripture cultivation to the peak of the Sage realm. Night Sorrow didn't disturb the girls' cultivation. He went to the holy hall and accompanied the child to cultivate. At this time, Night Sorrow was just like an ordinary person. There was no energy fluctuation on his body. This was because of the suppression of the rules. Night Sorrow knew that when there was no need for the suppression of the rules and his aura didn't leak out, he would return to his original state. It was an opportunity to enter the Saint King realm. This was recorded in the clear heaven scripture. After staying with the child in the holy hall for a few days, Night Sorrow returned to the bamboo forest peak. The bamboo forest peak was Night Sorrow's territory in the Medicine Valley. No matter how the management of the Medicine Valley changed, this didn't change and wouldn't change. The Taixian Peak had already designated the bamboo forest peak area, where Night Sorrow cultivated, as a forbidden area. Ordinary disciples couldn't enter. Night Sorrow lived in the bamboo forest peak. He lived the life of an ordinary person. Every day, he would fetch water and make tea, stroll in the bamboo forest, and look around. If there was a difference between Night Sorrow and before, it was that he didn't kill. He had changed his habit of eating barbecued meat. This was a change after he became the Nine Regions World Lord. He didn't want to hurt any life in the Nine Regions world. After learning that Night Sorrow had returned to the bamboo forest peak, there were people who came to visit him a few days ago. Later on, the number of people who came to visit him decreased. Even though they didn't know what was going on with Night Sorrow, they knew that Night Sorrow didn't like to be disturbed. The peak lord of the crepe myrtle was now Tang Qianqian. Yi Xiling had already stepped down and became the elder of the main peak. However, she still lived in the crepe myrtle. Master, disciple and senior sister went to visit Supreme Elder Night Sorrow the day before yesterday. We couldn't see through his cultivation base. Why do I feel like he's just an ordinary person? Lin Jingyi looked at Yi Xiling and asked. I don't know either. He's a peak 9 stars saint. He has killed a 9 stars saint from the Netherworld realm and destroyed the clone of a saint king. Therefore, his situation isn't something that ordinary people can understand. Yi Xiling shook her head. She was currently at the peak of the void inquiry stage at the 5th grade. She was trying to break through to the venerable realm. However, compared to a saint realm expert, be it in terms of cultivation base or vision, she was still far behind. When we went there, he was chopping materials and making tea. Something that can be easily solved with just a little bit of pill fire, he did it very carefully. If we don't know about his past, we would think that he's just an ordinary young master who is comprehending life. Tang Qianqian said. Perhaps he's comprehending life. It's very difficult for us to understand his matters. If you really have any questions about cultivation, you can go and ask him. He will give you the answer. Yi Xiling said. Tang Qianqian, Lin Jingyi, and the others nodded. A is the only genuine copy, KKKKKZ him. All of them are pirated copies. Sometimes, Night Sorrow would even look for Shi Yunxiao, Shi Yunhai, Yu, Jiang Han, and the other companions who entered the void fiendish space to have a drink. Night Sorrow's behavior confused the higher-ups of the Medicine Valley. They did not know what Night Sorrow was doing. Chu Lingxiao informed Gong Xian who was in the Holy Hall. After Gong Xian returned, he gathered all the Supreme Elders. Of course, Night Sorrow was an exception. He's already a peak Saint Realm expert now. It's very difficult for him to improve his cultivation base. Therefore, there's nothing much for him to do. He's just reminiscing about his past. Everyone, don't bother about his matters. He can do whatever he wants. Yu Yangyu said after thinking for a while. After staying in the bamboo forest peak for a month, Night Sorrow went to the Holy Hall to teach the children how to cultivate. He mingled with the children and became their leader. These were the days that Night Sorrow enjoyed very much. In addition, Night Sorrow discovered that the amount of energy leaking out of his body was much less when he did not deliberately control it. After staying for a while, Night Sorrow also planned to return to the city in the sky. After the wedding, he ran out. It was not appropriate for him to not go back for nearly 2 months. When Night Sorrow was about to leave, the children were very reluctant to part with him. Jun Xuanji said that Night Sorrow still had something to do, so the children reluctantly sent Night Sorrow to the teleportation array. Speak. Chapter 929. After returning to the city in the sky, Night Sorrow discovered that everyone was cultivating diligently. His fiancée was still in the spacetime pagoda. After greeting his parents and chatting with Papa Gu for a while, Night Sorrow continued to row the boat on the lake. Life was very comfortable. Night Sorrow also took some time to cultivate the outer chapter of the Myriad Tao Tome. Night Sorrow felt that he had found the right cultivation path. Even if he didn't use the laws to suppress his energy, only half of it would leak out. Night Sorrow relaxed for 3 months before Sikong Chuyu and the others came out. Sikong Chuyu and the other two's cultivation increased very quickly. They were all mid-level supremacies, and all of them had laws. Qing Ji's cultivation also slowly caught up. Because she had the space origin in her body, when she controlled the laws, her mental state also improved. As for energy, there was no lack of it in the space-time treasure pagoda. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Wu Lingfei and Xueshi also came out of seclusion. One of them had a 7-fold time acceleration on the 77th level, while the other had a 5-fold time acceleration on the 75th level. Night Sorrow had been out for 3 months, while they had cultivated for 1 or 2 years. Night Sorrow also chased the god-slaying team out so that everyone could relax. Night Sorrow, there are so many of us cultivating. The space-time pagoda needs a lot of energy. Do you have enough spirit stones? Xueshi looked at Night Sorrow and asked. Everyone, don't worry. I put a few thousand top-grade spirit stones in it some time ago. It won't run out of energy. Xueshi, I'll take back the spiritual power in your divine bead. Don't do anything, or it will hurt your divine bead, Night Sorrow said to Xueshi. No, it'll be easier for us to communicate if it stays inside. It won't hurt. Xueshi shook her head. She knew that Night Sorrow wouldn't hurt her, not at all. That's fine. You can deal with it whenever you want. Night Sorrow thought for a moment before nodding. Following that, the women caught some fish and chatted by the lake while roasting them. Night Sorrow, you're in a good situation. You should have gained some insights, right? Wu Lingfei asked Night Sorrow. The difficulty of entering the Saint King realm from the Saint realm lies mainly in one's state of mind. It's not easy to return to one's original state, Night Sorrow said. When you left, Auntie Fei had a chat with Long Xiansheng and Saint Xian. They had all been peak saints for close to 1,000 years, but it's too difficult for them to return to their original state. Even if their current realm is higher than yours, it's not much higher. You being able to take this step might have something to do with your body of merit. Wu Lingfei said to Night Sorrow. Maybe. I'm not too sure myself, Night Sorrow said with a smile. So what if you know? It's not like you can do it. Actually, you're fine the way you are now. Wu Lingfei looked at Night Sorrow and said. She understood that Night Sorrow had good fortune and merit, so the path he took was often in line with the heavenly way. I have to work hard to resolve the great calamity that the Heaven Profound world has launched against the 9-domain world. First of all, I have to rely on the resistance of the 9-domain world's laws. Second, I have to rely on my own strength. Only with strength can I have confidence. Night Sorrow took the roasted fish from Sikong Chuyu and said. Believe in yourself. You can definitely do it. Sikong Chuyu nodded to Night Sorrow. Yes, you can definitely do it. In addition, everyone is also working hard. Wu Lingfei nodded to Night Sorrow. After eating the roasted fish, the group returned to the mansion. When Night Sorrow returned to the mansion, Yi Wuyo and his wife arrived. Yi Wuyo and Yu Qing were also in Sky City. Yi Wuyo was the person in charge of Night Moon, but Night Moon was currently developing in an orderly manner. There was nothing that he needed to personally deal with. Mother, you've already cultivated to the late stage of the 9th level Venerable Realm. You're not far from entering the Sage Realm. Night Sorrow said with a smile. Yes, I've already grasped the laws. Condensing the God bead is not a big problem. I just need some time. Yu Qing said. Mother, I'll go and bring little sister back. We'll have a family dinner together tonight. Aoi said. Okay, go then. Yu Qing nodded. Little sister is very hardworking. She's already at the late stage of the core condensation realm. She's not far from entering the 4th stage of the spirit severing realm. Night Sorrow said after watching Aoi leave. At that time, I didn't know you were still alive. The elders of Night Moon all treated her as the successor. Yi Wuyo said with a smile. Father, mother, you should cultivate little sister as the successor of Night Moon. I have a lot of things to do. I don't have time to care about Night Moon. It's a burden for me. Night Sorrow said. After hearing Night Sorrow's words, Yi Wuyo fell into deep thought. Yu Qing didn't say anything. In fact, they all knew the situation. You're the commander of 2 worlds. In the future, it's not suitable for you to be the ruler of the Night Moon dynasty. You're from Night Moon. That's enough. However, I can't make the decision alone. I'll have to discuss it with your grandfather, great-grandfather, and great-uncle, Yi Wuyo said after thinking for a while. I've made things difficult for father. Night Sorrow said apologetically. Big brother, you've also made things difficult for father. At this time, Yin Yanxiao and Aoi entered the residence's main hall. With the teleportation formation, Aoi was able to quickly pick someone up. Ha, it's nothing. Night Sorrow rubbed the back of Yin Yanxiao's head. Big brother, did you encounter something difficult? Yin Yanxiao looked at Night Sorrow with a smile. Your big brother plans to give up the position of the young master of Night Moon and let you take it. Yu Qing said. That's right. How could I do that? Big brother is the commander of 2 worlds. He'll naturally be the future ruler of Night Moon. Yin Yanxiao was startled. In her eyes, Night Sorrow's big brother was omnipotent. He would naturally be the future ruler of Night Moon. Because your big brother is the commander of 2 worlds, there's no longer a need for him to be the ruler of Night Moon. As for Yi Lan and Yi Jun, they're a bit lacking. Only you can do it. However, your future husband might have to marry into Night Moon, said Yi Wuyo. Yin Yanxiao didn't say anything. She was still young, and there were some things she didn't understand. I hope to see a female ruler appear in Night Moon. Night Sorrow patted Yin Yanxiao on the shoulder. Father, won't Night Moon reject the appearance of a female ruler? Yang Lei looked at Yi Wuyo. They won't reject it. However, the next generation will depend on their bloodline. When the time comes, your children will also be able to replace them. Let's talk about it later. It's a bit far. I'll tell the elders about it later, said Yi Wuyo. After this matter was settled, it was time for the family feast. The family feast was prepared by the women. Night Sorrow and his father chatted while drinking tea. Night Sorrow pondered for a moment before telling Yi Wuyo about the boundless world and Yi Tian entering it. You're saying that the Moon Emperor's great ancestor's current situation isn't very good? Yi Wuyo looked at Night Sorrow in astonishment. Yes. However, he's still alive. That's for sure. Night Sorrow said. The boundless world has a world lord. You definitely can't rashly enter it. Be careful. This is a big matter. You have to be careful. Yi Wuyo looked at Night Sorrow. He didn't want his son to be in any danger. Speak. Chapter 930. I understand. I won't act recklessly. Night Sorrow nodded. It's been hard on you. You've been born in such a chaotic world. Everything has to happen to you. Yi Wuyo felt a bit helpless. Night Sorrow had too many things to take care of. The banquet was joyous and harmonious. The family was reunited. Everyone cherished it. This was what everyone wanted. After the banquet, Yi Wuyo and Yu Qing left Sky City with Yin Yanxiao. They wanted to go to Night Moon to discuss this matter with their family. Night Sorrow directly returned to his room to rest. He had drunk a bit of wine and wanted to rest. Sikong Chuyu and the others went to cultivate in the space-time pagoda beside the lake. Night Sorrow had told Little Kong that the members of the God-slaying squad, Xueshi, Wu Lingfei, and Sikong Chuyu, could enter and leave as they pleased. In the main hall of Night Moon, Yi Wuyo called his father and the other emperors over. He then told them about Night Sorrow's thoughts. That's the truth. Night Sorrow is currently the commander of 2 realms in the commander's residence. He really isn't suitable to be the ruler of the Night Moon dynasty. In truth, he's from the Night Moon. That's enough. As long as he's here, the Night Moon won't decline, said Yi Shenxian. Yi Shenxian and the others nodded. In truth, there were some things that everyone was well aware of. Nianxiao, your brother isn't suitable. In the future, Night Moon's guts will be placed on you. This is an opportunity for you, but it's also a pressure. Yi Xinyue looked at Yi Nianxiao. Great aunt, I don't care about pressure. I'm willing to share the worries of my family and clansmen, said Yi Nianxiao. The most outstanding member of Night Moon isn't the ruler. This is the only case in the history of the family. However, everyone knows this, said Yi Shenquang. After the meeting of the Night Moon family, Yin Yan Zhao's status as the young master of Night Moon was decided. Of course, Night Sorrow's status as the young master of Night Moon remained unchanged. When the news of Night Moon's new young master was announced, it caused a huge uproar in the Night Moon dynasty. Many Night Moon citizens gathered and asked why Night Sorrow wanted to appoint a new young master. They did not accept it. Night Moon dynasty immediately released another announcement, explaining the situation. They explained that it was Night Sorrow's own will that extinguished the storm. Many Night Moon people only recognized Night Sorrow as their young master. After understanding the situation through the announcement, they calmed down. Night Moon Sky, Night God Thunder rubbed his face. Night Moon dynasty's elder council can't replace the young master. This has never happened before. That's right. If it wasn't for Night Sorrow's own intentions, we wouldn't have been able to change his status as the young master. If we forcefully changed him, it would be a mutiny, Night Shinyu nodded. Prestige in Night Moon dynasty, no one had a higher prestige than Night Sorrow. Even the undefeated King Yi Linghuan could not compare to him. This was because before the return of the Yi clan, Night Sorrow had already established a stable sky, giving the Night Moon citizens a stable and steady life. And this stability and steadfastness had been obtained by Night Sorrow at the cost of his life. He had slaughtered his way in and out of the various dynasties. This was something that all Night Moon citizens remembered. Night Sorrow did not know about this. He lived the life of an ordinary person every day. He even took a pair of large scissors and became a gardener in the city in the sky, pruning the flowers and trees. Sometimes, Night Sorrow would bring a pair of large scissors to the holy hall. After teaching the children, he would trim the flowers and plants in the holy hall. He had even made a reclining chair himself. After guiding the children in their cultivation, he would sleep on the reclining chair with a bamboo cover he had brought with him when trimming the flowers. So this is the commander. Once Taishu Yan, Lu Qin, and Jun Xuanji had finished dealing with the issue of resources, they arrived at the martial practice field. Jun Xuanji was a bit puzzled as he looked at the sleeping Yishan. That's right. He's been extremely comfortable every day, Taishu Yan said with a smile. It's simply impossible to associate him with the commander who defeated the 9 Underworld King. Jun Xuanji also shook his head. He was too tired in the past. Ever since he came out of Bamboo Garden Village, he had never stopped fighting. It's time for him to rest, Taishu Yan said. Taishu Yan and Jun Xuanji left, but Lu Qin did not. She stood at the side of the reclining chair. Night Sorrow only woke up when the sun set. City Lord Lu, what are you doing? No one will do anything to me. Why do I need to stand guard? Night Sorrow said as he tidied up his robes. Commander, this subordinate is here to apologize. This subordinate sent people to assassinate the commander. Lu Qin said with a bow. Was there such a thing? Why didn't I know about it? You're thinking too much. The current situation is quite good. I believe that under the arrangements of Monarch Yun and City Lord Lu, everything will be fine. Night Sorrow covered Lu Qin for a moment and then made his words clearer. Yes, everything will be fine. Lu Qin nodded in response. She naturally understood what Night Sorrow meant. I have no choice but to arrange so many things for City Lord Lu. The Holy Hall is too important. Night Sorrow changed the topic. The matters of the Southly region will be handled by others. Monarch Yun also has arrangements for some other matters. If the commander feels that it's been hard on me, then get me a reclining chair tomorrow. Lu Qin pointed at the reclining chair beside Night Sorrow. Alright, tomorrow I'll get one for you, Martial Uncles, and Elder June. It's very comfortable, and it'll be good for sunbathing. Night Sorrow smiled and nodded. Let's go. The next day, Night Sorrow really did make 3 reclining chairs and gave them to Tai Shu Yen, Lu Qin, and Jun Xuanji. These are reclining chairs personally made by the commander of the 2 realms. Lying on them will definitely be very comfortable, Tai Shu Yen said after putting away the reclining chairs. Night Sorrow stayed in the Holy Hall as a teacher and gardener. Sometimes he would go to Zhuyuan City and drink tea at Qin Chen's tea house. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Night Sorrow was still the same. When he had time, he would walk around and spend the rest of his time in the Holy Hall. Others felt that Night Sorrow did not cultivate and had nothing to do, but Night Sorrow knew that he had gained a lot. Even without the suppression of the rules, only 1/3 of his aura would leak out. This made him feel that living naturally was very effective in nurturing his state of mind. Sikong Chuyu and the other 2 girls would sometimes come to the Holy Hall, mainly to see Night Sorrow. On this day, while Night Sorrow was still sleeping under the sun, Yi Wuyo and Yu Qing came. Their children were all here, so naturally they had to come and see them. But this time, Yu Qing was a little angry. Father, Mother, you're here. I'll go call my sister. Night Sorrow got up and said after putting away the reclining chairs. Wait a moment. If you stay here all day, when will Mother be able to hold a grandson? Tomorrow, we'll go back to Sky City. If you don't have a child, you're not allowed to come out. Yu Qing stared at Night Sorrow and said. Night Sorrow had been married for more than 2 years, but he still had no children. The people of Night Moon were very puzzled, and Yi Wuyo and his wife were also very anxious. Mother, it's not like that. It's not that I don't want children, but there's something wrong with my body. Night Sorrow said. If there's something wrong, go find a pharmacist. Yu Qing was stunned and said. She did not expect Night Sorrow to say that there was something wrong with his body. Speak. Chapter 931. Mother, what are you thinking? I'm saying that my body is too strong, so if I want to have a child, it'll depend on luck. However, if I have a child, the child's talent will definitely be very strong. His innate body's strength will surpass that of demon beasts and spirit beasts. Yi Shan explained. I see. Then you have to go back and accompany them. Look at you. You've been staying here with these children for the past 2 years. You don't care about your 3 wives at home. Yu Qing was very dissatisfied with Night Sorrow's performance in the past 2 years. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Mother. I was busy cultivating and didn't care about everyone's feelings, Night Sorrow said apologetically. Cultivating? Yu Qing looked at Night Sorrow in surprise. Yes, the bottleneck from the Saint Realm to the Saint King Realm is the key to one's state of mind. I have been pursuing this step for the past 2 years and neglected Father, Mother, and Chu Yu. Night Sorrow nodded and said. I told you not to meddle in the children's affairs. I'm not someone who doesn't know what to do, Yi Wuyo said. Mother misunderstood you. However, you have to go back with us and Nianxiao today. Mother will cook delicious food for you. Mother will also go into seclusion after a while, Yu Qing said. She had also cultivated to the peak of the Venerable Realm. After Night Sorrow returned to Sky City, the women also came out of seclusion. With the help of the space-time pagoda, everyone's cultivation was very fast. Their cultivation was very solid and they were about to enter the late stage of the Venerable Realm. After the family banquet, while the women cultivated, Night Sorrow sailed the boat across the lake every day or walked around. There was a saying in Sky City that you wouldn't understand the world of commanders because Night Sorrow didn't cultivate every day. People who didn't understand Night Sorrow wouldn't understand how he cultivated his super combat strength. Night Sorrow's main body cultivated his state of mind. His soul avatar often walked around the netherworld, observing the movements of the netherworld and inquiring about the Nine Dark King. As long as the Nine Dark King wanted to make a comeback, he would know. More than 2 years had passed, and the nether realm was like a jar of stagnant water. There was no news of the Nine Nether King. Night Sorrow's soul avatar had also been to the nether abyss, but he had not been able to explore it. The death energy in the netherdark abyss was too dense. Even if Night Sorrow's soul avatar used the power of laws to protect its body, it could not penetrate deeper. Only those of the same attribute could go deeper. This made Night Sorrow certain that this was a good place for death attribute cultivators to cultivate. It was very likely that the Nine Dark King was here. Night Sorrow's soul avatar set up an illusion array. He sat in the illusion array and meditated. He studied the laws and combat skills while monitoring the outside. As long as the Nine Dark Nether King appeared, Night Sorrow would know, and his true body would rush over to kill the Nine Dark Nether King. At this time, the Nine Dark King was sitting on a platform that protruded from a cliff in the Yuming Deep Abyss, cultivating. There was a void Dao stone on her legs, and her soul clone had been destroyed. As she raised her cultivation, she continued to nurture her clone. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. On this day, Night Sorrow, who had returned from the lake, stood by the lake and displayed his spear skills. After the 7-star brilliant moon spear was displayed, every spear had the void extreme point kill. This was the result of his avatar practicing his spear skills. After practicing for a while, Night Sorrow felt very satisfied. He put away the reincarnation spear, took out a jar of wine, and drank by himself. At this time, he had stabilized his cultivation and cultivated his mental state for 7 years. In other words, more than 7 years had passed since the battle with the Nether Realm. After cultivating for 7 years, Night Sorrow's realm had improved a lot. Now, he did not need to be controlled by the laws, and his energy rarely leaked out. In other words, he was not far from entering the Saint King realm. After that, Night Sorrow checked and found that no one was breaking through in seclusion in the Spacetime Pagoda. He shook the pagoda and asked everyone to come out and relax. Up. After the members of the God-slaying squad said goodbye to Night Sorrow, they all left. These 7 years had been 7 years for the God-slaying squad's strength to soar. Other than Ma Shizhuang, Tang Tian, and Chu Ning, the rest of the members of the God-slaying squad were all venerables. With the method of cultivating soul power and cultivating realm that Night Sorrow had imparted to them, and with the assistance of the Spacetime Pagoda, the members of the God-slaying squad naturally cultivated very quickly. After entering the Venerable Realm, there was no problem in cultivating because the God-slaying squad had the Dragon Spirit Pill. What they needed to do was to stabilize their cultivation and hone it. The steps in the Spacetime Pagoda were the best way to hone their cultivation. Sikong Chuyu and Yang Lei were already high-level venerables. Aoi had also reached the 6th stage. Shuashi had the effect of time acceleration, and her cultivation had increased to the middle stage of the Star Saint realm. Wu Lingfei's cultivation speed was even more terrifying. She was already at the peak of the 6th Star Saint realm. She would be able to enter the high-level Saint realm after stabilizing her cultivation. This was the power of talent. Yi Wuyo had also become a 3-star saint, and Yu Qing had also become a 2-star saint. It could be said that the cultivation of the people around Night Sorrow had undergone earth-shattering changes. Jun Xuanji and Taishu Yan also walked out of the Spacetime Pagoda. Jun Xuanji had begun cultivating in the pagoda 4 years ago, and he was now a 2-star saint. Taishu Yan was a little late. She had only become a saint a year ago. Night Sorrow had recommended this place for her to comprehend the laws. In addition, the 9 Regions world and the Profound Mysteries realm had also produced a few saints in the past few years. This was mainly because the war had brought some saint crystals to the 9 Regions world's camp. Everyone needs to relax. The Spacetime Pagoda will not be open for half a year, Night Sorrow said. Sikong Chuyu came to Night Sorrow's side and said, "It's a good time to relax. You've been carefree for a few years. Night Sorrow said, Haha, I'll accompany you tomorrow. I'll also go and pay my respects to my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Night Sorrow, what's your situation now? Wu Lingfei also walked over. It's about time. I can try to stabilize myself a little more, Night Sorrow said. He knew what Wu Lingfei was asking. There's no rush. Auntie Fei plans to return to East Snow Mountain to rest for a while. If there's anything, just crush Auntie Fei's messaging crystal, Wu Lingfei said to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow nodded. He knew that everyone needed to relax. This was also the reason why he had transferred everyone out. Commander, I'll go to the Netherworld and see if they have any intention of reviving, Jun Xuanji said. This was Jun Xuanji. He had a strong view of the big picture and could think of some things. Night Sorrow looked at Jun Xuanji and Tai Shu Yan and said, There's no need to go. My soul avatar is there. Everything is stable. Go back to the Profound Mysteries realm and take a walk. Also, the first batch of children in the Saint Hall have grown up and their minds have matured. They won't be harmed again. If you want, you can take in a second batch of members. Based on the principle of better to have nothing than to have something substandard. Jun Xuanji and Tai Shu Yan nodded and left the lake. Night Sorrow knew that he should also make arrangements for Chen Chen's family, especially for that child to walk on the path of cultivation. While the family was eating, Night Sorrow was still thinking and was a little absent-minded. What are you thinking about? Yi Wuyo asked. I'm thinking about whether to send that child to the Saint Hall or to Night Moon. Night Sorrow looked at Yi Wuyo and said. Speak. Chapter 4 After reading the book, I'll sign in and rub it in. If there's an excavator, I'll give it to you. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.